So Charleston White said that space is fake, but he said that the earth still ain't flat. He said the earth ain't flat, but there is a firmament, and he used the Bible to justify the firmament, as if that same Bible then described the earth as a circle and not a sphere. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to tell you something today that I'm going to predict, and I'm not no prophet. I'm just going to tell you I know how deceptive these people are. This is what's going to happen if I open up that phone line. See, the Bible is supposed to be said to be the book that's here to teach us, right? But what you find so often, if the Bible is here to correct us, right? Why do so many people end up trying to correct the Bible? Because what happens is people will say, well, the Bible don't mean a circle. The Bible meant a sphere. It says a circle, but it meant, I mean, don't you think that the people who wrote the Bible know the difference between a CD and a basketball? Do you think that? They were prophets. They can tell the future, but they can't get shapes right. They need your pastor's help with that one, y'all. The people that wrote the Bible can see the future, but they need some Christian today to tell them the difference between a circle and a sphere. We're going to talk about it today because you can't bring up biblical cosmology and be selective and picky about it. It's one thing for Charleston White to give his opinion on what he thinks the conception of our reality is. It's another thing to try to justify it with the Bible. When you do that, you leave yourself vulnerable for correction, for challenge, for debate. Someone can say, well, hey, now, the Bible don't say that. Or you can say the Bible do say that. So we'll open up the call lines today for both sides. If you're saying the Bible says that the earth is a globe, call in and we would like the scriptures and we would like to hear you out. I'm saying that the Bible supports a flat earth cosmology. I'm also saying that the people that wrote the Bible were flat earthers. They were ancient Hebrews, and during those times, everyone subscribed to a flat earth ideology. Now, you can say, well, the ancient people were wrong, Sanchez, just because they were ancient don't make them right, and you would be definitely right. But the reason I want to bring up this is because you have a lot of deceivers who like to say that the ancient people were never flat earthers. And it's because when you look at the glory of the ancient world, the people that built the pyramids, when you think of the Mayan who have some of the oldest astronomical systems on Earth, the oldest calendars, which are predicting the motion of the stars, thousands of years long after these cultures are gone. The question would be, how can dumb ancient flat earthers make such predictions that come true, such as the Dogon, the Mayan? All of them made their predictions of the heavens and stars based upon flat earth cosmology. If it was wrong, they won't be right. That's simple, but we want to push that even further today. We don't just want to leave you with that. We want to get mechanical. We want to talk about the shape of the earth we live on. Just quite simply put, you walking on top of a horizon line, and something just semantics you want to think about. The root word of horizontal is horizon, meaning that the very people who invented the word horizontal and horizon had the flat earth concept in mind. Some of these words we use are older than the globe model itself, such as the word horizontal. When you say you're circumnavigating the earth, the word circum is dealing with what? A circle. You're not spherical navigating the earth. You don't spiral navigate the earth. You navigating above a circle. You're navigating above a circle. A compass is meant to be held flat, and it is calibrated to one pole. If you were on a globe, when you go below the equator, your compass will point magnetic south. They never do. There's one monopole at the center of a circle. according to the ancients, who were the most advanced when it comes to the studying of the stars and the heavens. Question, did they know the shape of the earth? Well, they based their entire calendrical system off of their conception of the universe, which is based on the flat earth model. The globe model is the youngest conception of our earth. It's only a few hundred years old, and it came to us when the Ptolemies took over Egypt. The ancient Egyptians had a cosmology called Nut and Gab. Drop a 1 in the chat room if you're familiar with that. They did not have a globe. When the Greeks invaded Egypt, they not only gave us their interpretation of the Bible and this new blonde-haired, blue-eyed Jesus, but they gave us the globe model. And they told you that when they came in contact with our people, we thought the earth was flat. But they didn't tell you that we were right about that. They mocked it. See, the people who said we live on a globe couldn't handle what flat earth meant for society, what it meant for the world. And that's what we're going to go into today. A lot of people want to say, why would they lie? Why would the globe be something that's worth lying about? Who cares, right, about the shape of the earth? I'm going to give you a little nutshell answer, and we'll get deep on it in a minute because I want to start the video reviews. But if you don't know where you are, you don't know what you are, you don't know why you are. You see, the what is tied to the where, like the fish in the ocean, like the lion in the, you can fill in the blank, jungle, right? What you are is directly tied to where you are, and where you are is directly tied to what you are, like the eagle in the sky. So check this out, right? There are places you're confined to based on what you are. When they say that the earth is a globe, they also saying we're measly flesh and bone humans crawling around a rock that's whirling through a vacuum of darkness called space. It gives us no purpose. It says that nothing created the earth. It just happened. There's nothing up there to look forward to. There's nothing after death, right? You're just a germ on a rock fighting for resources. What if all that's a lie? Right? So what if, like the ancients said, the earth is not even physical? Your whole concept of physicality need to change. Because the earth, what we're finding out today, even with modern science, is more showing the science that it may be a simulation, a digital program, just like the movie The Matrix. So when people say, why would they lie? That's one of the reasons too. I don't think the church ready for this kind of scientific truth about our reality. They rather it stay in Hollywood. Now we're going to get into all this today. I'm just giving y'all my intros like I always do. This is very relevant when it comes to Charleston White, because what you got to realize with any kind of awakening, with any kind of truth movement, you will always have distractors, co-opters, and people that are there to be control opposition. And this was something that was said to black people that we should look out for. I think it was Steve Coakley who said, black people are the only race that allow their entertainers, comedians, and celebrities and all them to be their leaders. Let me see if I can find that. That was a powerful little excerpt. We're going to play that. Because when you look at people like Charleston White, he's a perfect example of this. Steve Coakley said, black people's leaders are comedians, rappers, entertainers. But when you look at legit nations, their leaders are just fucking leaders, man. They're just leaders. When you look at people like Bishop Prime Minister Netanyahu, you don't got a lot of silly, goofy stuff. Or so, like, for example, you look at Netanyahu, you get a sense of seriousness. You don't get this, like when you look at Trump, oh, he used to be an actor in Hollywood. And this old clown ass, like, America's a joke, man. It's a damn joke. You look at other countries' leaders, it's someone to fear. You look at ours, it's like that clown ass nigga who be on Twitter all day. So you got to understand that we're like ancient Rome. Are you not entertained? We're the spitting image of the Colosseum culture, to where your politics is centered around entertainment, gladiatorship. Celebrities have a voice in your world. Let me tell you something. When I was in South Korea, didn't no goddamn rock artists have that much power over what the government doing. But in America, Dennis Rodman and Jay-Z can buy your damn mayor. You can have rappers got the president showing up at their goddamn birthday party. Yeah, man, we chilling here with Donald Trump. He in the back room, you know, rolling up a blunt right now. He'll be back in the White House tomorrow. But that's America. So that's what Steve. I got to set the stage for this so you can see what we dealing with here. People want everything to be entertaining, but there's some shit in life that's just supposed to be boring, man. Like, for example, if you're learning fucking trigonometry, if you're learning, let's say you're fucking learning some tedious ass skill that you need to learn, but it's boring. For example, you learning how to fix a toilet, and you dealing with shit and fecal matter and all that. Now that's boring. It ain't entertaining, but it's necessary, right? So the thing about what is so fun about drinking a glass of water? Nothing. It's boring, right? But it's good for you, ain't it? But see, the way we digest information today, if it ain't wrapped up in an entertaining blanket, then that's how you get the TikTok culture, the short attention span. People can't sit still to learn anything that's worth learning, because it takes time to get real wisdom, just like you can't cook soul food in a microwave. You know what I'm saying? But that's where we at when it comes to information. Everybody want Hot Pockets instead of grandma's cooking, because that shit gonna take long, but it's gonna taste better and it's gonna nurture you better. But that's where we at. So that's what Steve Coakley was saying way back in his day. He was saying that basically that's how they dumbing our people down, by promoting our entertainers as our spiritual gurus. That's why you have these interviews, and people will go up there and they want to know, you know, about some celebrity doing Buddhism or practicing yoga and shit like that. Like, who cares about, you know what I'm saying, Britney Spears' spiritual life or some shit like that? You know what I'm saying? So they'll give you that. They'll give you Pastor Pork Chop, but nothing really of sustenance. Nothing that's really going to connect you to anything outside the pre-programmed box they got for everybody. So let me give a shout out to the chat room. This is just our introduction. Let's get to this Charleston White thing, because we're going to be dealing with a lot of footage today, but I want to start with him in his interview, which to me, it didn't make no sense. And as we review Charleston White interview, throughout any point during the review session, if anyone would like to push back or come with smoke of any sorts, the link will be available for you only. Only for smoke and for people who want to defend Charleston White right now. And I'm not really here to bash Charleston White. I'm just here to say he's wrong about this and to point that out, and that's it. But I don't want to listen to the whole thing, just the key parts, because he talking about a lot of different stuff.
Have you seen the astronauts?
They lying. Yeah, y'all seen it. They ain't got no space shuttle riding on the side of it recording it. They ain't got no drone they flying, showing us the outside footage of that motherfucker as they travel. They ain't got no camera in a satellite that's showing us that motherfucker just shot by. They ain't got nothing but some niggas in some capsules looking in the camera. Yeah, I don't believe that.
The reason why I said Charleston White ain't on our side and it's controlled opposition, because Charleston White will tell you they lying, but he'll say it's a globe. Sort of the same thing people try to say about Bart, but I'm going to give Bart the benefit of the doubt and say that it's taking him time to come to that conclusion. I'm going to say Charleston White, whether he know it or not, is being used for controlled opposition. Charleston White is saying they lying, but he double talking, because if they lying, then they lying about the globe too. You can't say they lying and they telling the truth. Well, they lying about space, but they telling the truth about the globe. But they use space to prove the globe. And if Charleston White was serious about going with what the Bible say it's flat and it's a circle.
Do you believe space is real?
No. How did they call back in the 70s? Up to space. What phone rung up there? What phone rung up there?
I don't believe the moon landing is real, but I believe space is real.
I don't believe man have left the firmament.
I'm going to tell you why the world in trouble right now. Man and his silly beliefs. That's why the whole world messed up. Man and his belief systems. Man and his passion to defend what he believes versus what he can prove and what he know. We can prove flat earth, every one of us. You can walk outside right now and prove flat earth, but guess what somebody gonna say? How you know it's flat when you get off the ground? If you go way, way up there in the sky, the ground turns into a ball, but they never did it though. So what are they participating in? A belief system. They saying, hey, there is somebody else that went way up there for me and they saw the earth as a ball. These are the astronauts. So they the ones go up there, see the earth as a ball, take the picture, give it to us, and we either believe it or not. That ain't science. That's either you part of their belief system or you're not. I didn't sign up to be forced into belief system via ridicule. I signed up for you to prove all things like the Bible say. Asking me, do I believe in space? We're not even talking about proof. You're asking me what I believe in. It's no different than a Christian asking me, do you believe in Jesus? What if I don't? You gonna call me names? Yes, they are. What if I say I don't believe in space? You gonna call me names? Yes, you're part of a cult. You're part of a belief system. And anybody that don't believe in it, they get called names. Oh, they're a space denier. Oh, he's a non-believer. Why can't you just prove your shit instead of name call? Instead of proving it, so you wouldn't create this divide between who believe it and who don't. The question is, why are facts a matter of belief? Last time I checked, 2 + 2 ain't a matter of who believe it or not. It's who know it's for and who don't know it's for. It's a knowledge-based thing. A fact, it's a matter of fact, not a matter of belief. Science was never supposed to be a matter of belief. It should be a matter of fact.
That sits over earth. The man and the woman that was up there for what, almost a year last year, that was stuck up there, where they at?
Yeah, they were up there for like 4 months.
Longer, almost a year.
Yeah.
So what stories do they have to tell? Damn.
When you say space is water, you wrong just by saying space. You got to give them back the word they gave you to articulate the heavens. Now, if you want to say there are waters above us, ethereal waters, primordial waters, you got to start rephrasing it. It's important. Saying space is this, space is that, or space is anything other than what the people who created the word space said makes you wrong, and I agree with them. Because you can't take a word that another man created and tell him about his own shit. That's right. Get your own. Now, if you want to change what they saying about space, then call it something else. Abandon the word space, or I'm not gonna take you serious, man. You lazy. There are so many other words you can train yourself to say, but you're playing their game. And the moment you show up and say, well, space is made of water, everyone gonna laugh at you because you wrong. It ain't made of water. It's made of dark matter. Well, Sanchez, that's what they say, but this what I'm saying. Well, you can't take their terminology and try to put a new spin on it, man. Y'all got to stop doing that. The moment you start redefining the nature of what's above, you need a new word off the back. The ancestors used the word ether, firmament. All of these are acceptable. Quit trying to hold on to space, man. That's right. Because space ain't going to hold on to your ass. The moment you tell them folks space is anything other than what they defined it, they kicking you out of their little space cult. You on your own now. I keep telling folks, y'all keep trying to be on their side and not on their side. The moment you start thinking outside the box and questioning they shit, even if I don't agree with you, just know you ain't one of them no more. You either gonna take it all their way 100% or you out of their cult. I don't know what part of that y'all don't understand. A lot of y'all don't want to be kicked out of the cult, the space cult, but you do want to think outside the box. You do want to question stuff. Guess what? You're kicked out the space cult then. Just like the church. The moment you go to questioning God, questioning the Bible, questioning the damn doctrine, questioning the pastor, listen, you're becoming an adversary of the church now. That's right. Because this shit ain't up for debate and questioning. It is a cult. This is what we believe in, and anybody go against that shit, we gonna go against them. That's it, man. Y'all need to realize that.
Man, I don't think they're going up there.
What would it take to convince you that it's real?
When that motherfucker take off, it's a motherfucker falling with a camera like they do me. Look at his ass go up there, y'all. And when they in space, they in the window saying, look at him. Say, what's up, nigga? And they in space. Say, there you go right there. If they can't do that, they lying. They can do your car like that when you bag up from space. They can show your car right there. So why they can't just show us something? They are everybody, like Star Trek used to do. Star Trek used to show the outside of the galaxy, and while it was float. Nah, niggas, nah, man. And then I think that's water. I think if you go up there, you come under there.
Wow, a lot of people think that's the ocean. Space is the ocean.
I think if you go up there, you come from up under there. That's why everything lands in the water.
So you're pretty much saying we're the only people in existence. There's no other planets. So what is the sun? Where's the sun come from?
So all of this stuff they asking Charleston White, he don't really know it, He kind of freestyling, in which it does this conversation not really good justice. I'll give you some ancient conceptions of the universe. So, I believe the ancients would answer this better than all of us. Charleston White are using ancestral concepts like waters above, but he don't have a conception of what the people who spoke about the waters above had. And this what they were saying. They were saying that if we keep going up high enough, there's in a higher reality, there's a whole nother universe, a parallel reality as we call it today, and it's less dense than our own. Our Earth is an ecosystem, like a ripple effect, like hey, and it gets wider and broader as you go down, And as you go high, it gets high, like high pitch, you know, like helium. And helium goes up. As you move up, you leave out of our 20,000 hertz hearing limit and out of our 20/20 vision, but there's still reality above us. This is called the veil or the firmament dome, the ethereal barrier. It's literally what this water represent in between the parallel realities. It represents a gradual transitional barrier between realities that mirror each other. So the reason we can't get through the Van Allen belts, plural, because these are the Van Allen belts. I'm showing you now that we live in Saturn. What we're calling Saturn, this planet with a bunch of rings around it, this onion type deal, this is what I'm showing you here. A ripple effect. That's Earth. So the thing that we need to realize is that parallel realities are real. These are where we go when we dream. And we cross through these watery barriers every time we dream. When you're in another reality and you're moving around and you forget all about this world and you in your dream, you don't even know about this place till you wake up. You shift your consciousness to these parallel worlds. When you go below the earth, you have nightmares. When you dream and your consciousness shift above to these higher planes, you have good dreams. It's that simple. But I'm trying to give you visuals to what people are just talking about, because this stuff they talking about, it comes from the ancient people. And me showing these images is just giving the ancient people their respect and their props. If we're going to bring up their concepts like what Charleston White are doing, let's show exactly how the ancestors portrayed that, how they articulated that. I'll show you another one. This is the Yoruban version. It shows you different people on different shelves, parallel realities, and each of these realities have their own little atmosphere above them. Here's another one here. This is the ancient conception of our reality, or realities, plural, like layers of an onion. So when I say that the earth ain't physical, is your dream physical? Yes, your dream is solid. You walking around on the ground, you know, things are solid. But the concept of the physical world being made of physical material is a lie. Everything comes from light, which is why the Bible say, let there be light. Why light? Because the foundation of all things that you call physical is thought. And I'll give you something to think about. If there was nothing in existence, how do you get oceans and trees and all this stuff? There was nothing. How do you get something from nothing? If there's no wood, how do we make trees? If there's no water already, how do we get oceans out of just nothing but darkness? It's called holography. I can show you how it works right now. Close your eyes and think of a lake with trees and all of that. Guess what you just created? Earth, water, wind, and fire. Out of what? Thought. The reality we're in right now is founded on the purest form and state of matter, the purest element, strongest element, and the strongest state of matter, which is light, which is equivalent to thought. You having a thought in the darkness of your mind is literally how the universe is conceived by the higher mind. So these dreams are literally you inside of your own psyche. See, the mind isn't physical. How can I touch your mind? Can I pick it up? You know your mind is real. That's the most realest part of yourself. It's the part that thinks and observes, but it's not physical. I can't cut your head open and see your mind. But it's this mind that is projecting the entire physical world around you right now, which is why you can leave this world in a dream. Because the mind, the consciousness is what is able to transport through these parallel realities, or what we call Van Allen belts. There are 7 ethers. And each of these 7 ethers, the word ether is just another word for earth. Let me pull up my, oh man, my whiteboard ain't, oh man, shout out to Dolph Obama, hit me with the 50 spot. Salute Bro Sanchez and salute chat. Man, I appreciate that. I appreciate that, Dolph. I appreciate that. I want to show y'all something real quick. I want to show something real quick. My camera probably all messed up, but we'll get it set up real quick. Matter of fact, trying to set my camera up, y'all, over here on the whiteboard. I don't know how it went out. Hold up a second. If not, I got a plan B. Okay, yeah, I'll go with my plan B. See, the word ethers, when you, hey man, shout out to Same Old T for being 3 of 15, helping us reach our goal, man. Same Old T. Salute Bro Sanchez and salute the chat. Let's extend this thing. Come on, man. We only need 12 more people and we got a lot of time. Help us out. Help us out. All right, this marker don't want to work. Let's throw it away. I don't want to waste no more time. Check this out, right? The truth is hidden in plain sight. The truth is hidden in plain sight. So the ethers are the earths. The truth is that, see, the word earth is the word ethers. See, I can show you here that you can take the word earth, right? Take the word earth. And what you get with earth, ethos. The earths are the ethos. And the word E-A-R-T-H-S is the word ethos. When you rearrange it, it's all the same thing. The ethos or earths are the ethos. They're the Van Allen belts. And they are what's called the layers of the self. Okay, let me know if y'all like me being thorough and going deep with this breakdown here today with our brother Charleston White, because this is ancestral knowledge that being hidden behind trying to mock it and hit piece it. They're scared of this stuff, man, because it represents free energy and the end of the fiat system. Shout out to Mr. Pro Tactics. Peace and love, brother. I appreciate your time and wisdom. I appreciate you, Mr. Pro Tactics. You're 4 of 15. We only need 11 people now. And basically, people, what I want to show you about these ethers, right, is they are all separated because basically, and I hate to keep saying basically, but this is live, I'm freestyling. and I'm trying to find the best. I don't rehearse this. I'm trying to find the best way to make stuff click in your mind. So, and I think I'm going to use the example of we live in a tornado, which is a perfect example. There's a particular image I'm going to show you. I like to use this one. Going to give you an example of what our Earth is on a big scale. So this is what the ethers are. They are different levels or altitudes of a tornado. So you see how a tornado expands. It has this tail that touched down, but the tail gets wider as we move up. The Earth is just like a tornado, but think of it flipped upside down. So let's say I take this image here and flip it upside down. You get this tornado type concept. Drop a 1 if y'all seeing what I'm saying. So a vortex, a toroidal field, all of that is exactly what I'm saying. And that's what a tornado is. So basically, when you see this concept that I'm showing here, that the ancestors said the universe is, think of it as a tornado on a big scale. See, if you get too far out, what they call the firmament dome, it's a weather barrier. And all of the ancients wrote about it when they tried to travel out too far. Everybody that tried to travel beyond the ice ring, you know what they said? They said that the wind gets so strong, you got to turn around because it get dangerous. Your screws and bolts on your car, on your technology, it's like, think about what happened in a tornado. When a tornado come through your city, it tears up everything. Even our strongest structures can fall. You can have tow trucks, cranes, heavy metal objects that can be damaged by just wind. So we know how strong tornadoes are, but think of the most violent tornado on Earth. But think of this on a huge scale that's so cosmic, you can't even see that you're inside of a violent tornado. Because think, we're in a tornado inside of it. And if we go too far out, we would reach the walls of the tornado that's chopping shit up. That's why we can't get through the firmament dome. If I trapped you in the middle of a tornado, you wouldn't be able to get out. Because if you try to walk out the tornado, you would get ripped to pieces. You would get shredded up by the wind. So like they said, the sweet spot is in the middle of a tornado, but there's also a prison. Ain't no way out until the tornado dissipate. So what our ancestors found out is that the Earth is a tornado that'll never dissipate. It's an endless cyclone. And it's basically recycling souls, just like tornadoes recycle things up and down the vortex when they caught up in the vortex. But the way out of this thing, according to the ancestors, was not to break through the walls, but to simply ascend up and out the top of it, which is like the concept of climbing out the chimney, Mario traveling through the pipes. There's a lot of cultures that show you deities traveling through tunnels and portals and gateways. This was an ancient concept of literally talking about shifting consciousness through stargates. Okay, so each of these particular layers right here already have a you there, just like a dream. You don't take the sleeping you to the dream. You're already in that reality. What you do, you shift your consciousness to that you that's there. Now, the moment your mind gets seated in that other you in another world, it doesn't know about this world anymore because all of its memories are in the you that's sleeping in the bed. So when your mind get in the other you that's in a dream, It only know what you went through in that world. See, you got all of these avatars in other world. Man, somebody just hit me with 200. Wow, man, that is amazing. Y'all show Dr. Rimka some love, man. Let's read this. We really appreciate that gracious contribution. He says, I appreciate thinking. Thank you for always showing up and showing out to expand our minds and hearts so we can find freedom within. Never stop pouring into others, please. I really appreciate that, and I definitely will do. That's awesome. Thank you for being 5 of 15, Dr. Rimka. We only need 10 more people, but you covered a lot of people. So I know 10 people can send in 20 if Dr. Rimka did then that gracious contribution. But I just appreciate everything y'all doing. And here's what I'll say. You got other versions of you recording their history. You got other yous in these other realities. But the thing, they got their own brain. And the brain is like a book. And everything that other you is going through in that reality, every day it's writing it and storing it in the brain. But you're not the memories in the brain. You're the memories in the consciousness, in the soul. Those memories are cosmic memories that reminds us we're not none of these roles that we're playing in any of these parallel realities. We're ultimately gods. Because what happens is, that's like right now, right? I'm Bro Sanchez. I'm kicking all this knowledge to y'all. But guess what, right? The other night, I was dreaming. And in that dream, I was a version of myself that didn't know none of this shit. Just think about what I'm telling you. See, this is what the government don't want to freak everyone out. Because when you die, there's a chance you may lose your memory, or what's called a memory wipe. But I don't think we losing our memory. I think that the knowledge and experience is still there. The universe don't want us to remember our previous lifetimes because it will affect the current lesson you on now. You know what I'm saying? So I think the universe basically extract that knowledge and say, okay, every lesson you learned, if it made you better, I'm going to keep you that better version that the lesson made you. But you remembering what you went through to learn that, I'm taking that away from you. I'm taking that away from you. You see what I'm saying? So you end up with all these gifts and perks without no memory of how you got them. And that's basically something that the universe is doing as a benefit. Like this whole simulation, that's what it's there for. Give you the good and carve out everything you don't need and just give you what you do need. So what they don't want to tell everybody is that there is life after death. Berkeley Institute proved it in the 40s. Stanford proved it in the 40s. Life after death is a known fact. And if they tell us that life after death is just us literally being born again in another earth, same mama, same everything, just a parallel reality, just like a dream, is you living out a different timeline. But each time you're born again, you become a better and better version of yourself. And this is called the stairway to heaven. Each version that you shift to is a higher version in a higher plane. And we keep shifting till we get to the highest reality, which is called the Sunnam Bonum. When we get there, the journey ends according to the Hindu, and we break the cycles of reincarnation, and we're now become this free roaming, multi-dimensional time traveler that can travel through these layers at will. So how would that be? It'll be similar to what Neo, the gift he had when he activated himself in the Matrix. It'll be your ability to be in all places and time at once, because all these parallel realities are different points in time that are playing out at the same time. Time ain't, listen, and here go the thing. Time isn't one little line that we all on riding. No. Time is more like a bunch of little ripple effects, creating their own, not timelines, but expanse of times, like a ripple effect, and expanse. Imagine a bunch of ripple effects in the ocean, and they all are connected together like Olympic circles or the Audi logo, how all the circles connect together. So they're tethered, and this is how all of these parallel realities are connected together. Let me just show you something. See, there's a bunch of Earths, but our Earth ain't nothing but one little raindrop in this ocean. There are so many more parallel Earth. Like, see, the thing about, we don't live in a universe, we live in a multiverse. So yes, the universe is just when we dealing with our little bitty ripple effect. But the multiverse is when we zoom out and we start to give you the knowledge I'm giving you now, the fact of that there's parallel realities. And the knowledge of zooming out, seeing all of these parallel realities, was the knowledge of the ethereal barriers, the knowledge of the ethers or the others. Yes, the word ether is the word other. Our ancestors, when they found out this, guess what they said? They said, there are others. There are others, or eithers. When you say either here nor there, the word either is the word other or ether. It's just said that there is reality is layered, and it's reflecting itself in a bunch of expressions at one time. So there wasn't just a Earth created. There were several Earths created, and we exist within them all, according to the ancients. So here is what our universe is. It's one of these little ripple effects. But because the entire ocean is full of these things, they are all tethered together, creating one big universe out of a bunch of interconnected little multiverse. It's a fractal code. Because if you zoom in on any one of these, you get a ripple effect. But if you zoom out on the whole thing, you get a huge ass ripple effect as well. So what you will see is a bunch of these ripples around the center, making like a bunch. You see what I'm saying? Like, a lot of folks call it the Nas confounding map. And many of you are familiar with that. And let's just pull it up. It looks something like this. I mean, they almost getting it. I mean, this pretty much the exact same thing I'm saying. I don't want to be picky. But this is basically what I'm saying. We get it, but we don't get it. The only thing that's wrong with this is they're trying to make these different Earths physical. They're trying to say, well, we can break through our world and go to these other worlds. You can't do that. You can't take the you that's sleeping in the bed to the dream. That's right. Now, what happens when you try to physically go to all the way to the end of the Earth? Guess what happens? There's an ice wall. But Sanchez, that don't stop nothing. You're right. We get on top of the ice wall and we keep on pushing. And guess what happens? The further you go out beyond that ice wall, the bigger the winds pick up. This ain't nothing I'm making up. It's come from diaries of people who tried to go beyond the ice wall. You can go do your own research on this. You know why? Because the ethers are the weather. The ether barriers are the weather barriers. Let me show you what I mean. All we got to do is put a W in front of all this, and you will see how you get the word weather. Because all of these are ways you can spell ether. Here's the word ether up here. Let's put a W in front. You can't spell weather without ether, because each of these is their own vortex. They're their own tornado spinning at a slower spin or a faster spin. See, the lower you go, the faster these tornadoes are spinning. The higher you go, they're spinning slow. And you get so high that in the highest realms, time slow down. So you got all of these different ethers, right? Let me show you what these ether barriers are. Weather barriers. Let me get my wipe this off. When they say, man, the firmament is a barrier, we can't get through the firmament or the Van Allen belt. The truth is, they can't, but we can. If you got a soul, you can get through the Van Allen belts, but you can't do it physically. Even the Bible say no flesh and blood can enter the kingdom of heaven, or what y'all call in the day space. So the ether barriers are the weather barriers. And what happens is, us being inside of a tornado, once we get to the wall, it shred everything. We tried to send some through the firmament dome, and everything we send through there, it never come back. It's like putting some in a shredding machine. They launch rockets through, they launch nuclear bombs, A-bombs. And I wouldn't be surprised if they sent people through that never came back. Poor people. Animals probably tried to send cameras through. And guess what happened? The camera gets so far and psh, it go black. Why? It gets shredded to pieces. We're in a tornado, and the barrier is an ether barrier or a weather barrier, keeping us from reaching the world above us. Now, these ethereal barriers are like weather, and each of them are their own little part of a grand tornado, but different altitudes of this tornado is spinning at different speeds. So let's say you have this bottom big circle. The biggest circles are at the bottom of the tornado, and they spin the fastest, let's say. Step pyramid. We're basically making a tornado. And just to make you see it easier, I'll do it like a spiral. So let's do it like this. Now you can see it. But it's like a upside down tornado. This would be a tornado, right? But the earth is same thing, but the tail is actually up here, and it works a little different because the lower you go, the more violent the lower worlds are. What they call hell for a reason. They're more chaotic and violent. It's harder to make it out of those. That's why we talk about Dante's Inferno. If you look up an image of Dante's Inferno, Dante is showing you exactly what I'm showing you now. And the reason I'm doing this is so I already reviewed the Charleston White video. I thought to make this review different, let me go ahead and add on to the knowledge and bring clarity versus say he wrong. And I'm glad y'all appreciate it. This is what Dante was saying, as you see, but he got it just slightly different there, but it's the same concept. Because it's two versions. It makes a diamond for real. Because what happens is, according to the Hindu, this is just the upper part of the earth. You also got this sort of lower version. It look like that. And I'll show you that real quick so I don't confuse y'all, because it can be confusing. Here you go right here. That's why these conceptions that the ancestors left us are important. That go to full universe, heaven and hell. And this would be the earth plane, split into two. Heaven, earth is in between. Now, like I said, when we dream and we fall down the stairway, descend, we have nightmares. Basically, the ancestors said all of our bad possibilities are playing out in these lower realms, and all of our good possibilities, because these are all universal laws, man. Okay? The universe is bound by the law of probability and the law of infinity. All things have to be playing out in infinity in order for it to be infinity. Infinity can't lack nothing. Meaning, the past, present, and future are already taking place right now. There's a you that's 70 years old right now. There's a you being born right now. There's a you that's dying right now. And your consciousness is just reading a time. Don't want to say it's reading a timeline. It's experiencing cycles of time, or what we call reincarnation cycles. And each cycle, or each cycle, it's like a CD disc. You got to listen to every song on that disc. And when you finish with that album, you put in another album. And basically each of these worlds is like a album that we got to listen to. And there's lessons we learning. It ain't that we listening to, we're experiencing this thing in real time. So the earth in the middle, good and bad can happen here, because it's in between heaven and hell. The further you go up here, the less bad happen. The further you go down, the less good happen. But right in the middle, good and bad happen. They call it yin and yang, 50-50. And this is what everything is following, is law of balance. So in order for infinity to maintain itself, every single possible thing that can happen must be happening right now. Meaning there's a universe right now where you're being burnt alive. There's a universe right now where you got shot. There's a universe where every possible bad thing that can happen to you is playing out. Luckily for you, you're not conscious of it. You ever been dreaming, and in the dream, something very bad is about to happen to you, and you wake up and you're so glad that you woke up, right? What if I told you that the version of you in that dream is still getting fucked up, man? So for example, if you was in a dream and you were about to be tortured to death, and you wake up right before they start cutting your balls off, guess what? That version of you still got his balls chopped off. You just ain't conscious of it. That's a gift we got. The lower you go into these parallel realities, the Dante said that your worst realities are playing out. Your worst nightmares are playing out right now. And guess what? Your best realities are just vice versa. The further you go up, you live in your greatest lives. So this is what it's like to go to hell, is to keep born over and over again in lower worlds where your consciousness is shifting to these versions of you that have these fucked up scripts that they got to live out and live out. And it's hard to work your way back up from that. So this is where we want to go. We in the middle right now. And it gets badder and badder as we go up, or it can get worse and worse as we go down. So the earth realm is very important because it's basically a realm of decision. It's a realm where new souls come to decide which direction they want to go. Because the universe ain't going to throw you in hell. That'll be wrong. You didn't do nothing. And the universe ain't going to throw you in heaven. That'll be wrong because you didn't do nothing. In other words, you got to do something to get to both of these places, right? If you want to go to heaven, what you got to do is good. If you want to go to hell, what you got to do is bad. Our actions is telling the universe the direction we want to go. And when your good deeds outweigh your bad deeds, you embark on a path of ascension. And vice versa, if the bad outweigh the good, it start to be very hard with it, you know. But the thing is this, the universe can't start us off up here or down here because it can't make the choice for you. This is something called duality that the universe is naturally exists within the universe, up and down, heaven and hell, the higher self and lower self. If y'all like what I'm doing, drop a 1, because I didn't just want to do the typical review. I wanted to teach Charleston White here and go deep into what the ancestors taught, because I did a basic review of this. But when you bring up ancestral cosmology, it's an opportunity for me to go and clarify and teach it and go into detail on what the ancestors said. And it may be repetitive to some of y'all, but there are new people coming in. But I think we all get my point here about these parallel realities and all that. So I'm going to go ahead and I should probably play some of the video now and get back to the video. That's what we'll do. We need 10 more people to send in $20. We ain't going to let Dr. Remke be the one to come through for all of y'all. It shouldn't just be that one person doing big things like that. And I just want to say I appreciate all of y'all. None of y'all have to send donations, but I do say it is always the same people most of the time, and I just wanted to spread it out. We don't want to burden different people. You know, the support I get, though, can't do nothing but be thankful of it, though. So let's be clear on that. Let's play the video, man. We're going to open up the phone lines in a minute.
The sun is the most powerful thing in the universe.
Yeah, it is.
That's a lie right there. There's nothing in the universe more powerful than the nets. The Greeks taught these niggas, yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. You know, just because the sun is not the most powerful thing in the universe. That's like saying that the negative part of the battery is the strongest side. The battery can't work without the negative and positive, without the yin and yang, man, woman, sun, moon. Charleston White won't be here without a mama and daddy. That's right. Let me explain something to you. Plants don't just need sunlight. Guess what else they need? Moonlight. Guess what'll happen to a plant if it only had sunlight? It'll die. The plant ain't living off sunlight. The plant living off balance. The plant is living off the balance between serotonin and melatonin, or driving energy and draining energy. Inhale, exhale, masculine, feminine, night and day. The plant gets a lot of benefits under moonlight that it can't get under sunlight. The child can learn a lot of stuff from the mama it can't learn from the daddy, and vice versa. We got to start thinking like the ancestors, which is balance. If you take away anything away from our reality, we would cease to exist. Plants do need moonlight, and only a dummy would try to challenge me on that without researching it. You know what else plants need, dummy? Water. Guess what else they need? Dirt, wind. But see, you damn sun worshiping dummies, plants live off sunlight, and what else? That's it. The sun, all we need, is the strongest thing. Stupid. Man, that plant needs sun, water, dirt, wind, insects. In some cases, it needs insects to help it. Like a lot of flowers, they need birds and insects. If you get rid of the bees, there'll be a lot of plants that'll go extinct, even though we got hella sunlight. See, y'all are dummies who think you know every damn thing. That's right. If you get rid of the dirt right now, I don't care how much sun you got, ain't shit gonna grow. That's right. You need everything. Shout out the same old T. See, This brother sending in another donation. People, can some of y'all help these regulars out? I appreciate this brother, man. I can't match Dr. Remke, but I put my money where my mouth is. I've watched you on your journey. I'm proud to be here, man. I appreciate that. I gotta mod y'all up, man. And thanks for being 6 of 15. We only need 9 more people. Let me mod you and Dr. Remke. I'm gonna mod all y'all up who helping us reach the goal. I can't see y'all right now. Man, I should have did it when I saw you. I'm gonna scroll back up. I'm gonna end up doing that. Yeah. The sun ain't the most powerful thing in the universe. The sun is not the most powerful thing in the universe. Everything around us is needed in order for this shit to work. If you take away the flies, life will go extinct. It's such an intricate ecosystem we live in, right? If you remove all of the, like I said, you could take away all the spiders from the earth right now and everything else will go extinct, because everything need this and that need that, and everything, like the ancestors put it this way. They said all is connected. How many of you ever heard that ancient proverb before? It's a very old statement. And the oldest form of it was all is connected, but now they say everything is connected. I like the old version, all is connected. It sounds more smoother. But you've probably heard that proverb in so many ways. Everything is connected or all is connected. I don't know no other ways they say it. That's an ancient saying. And you notice that the yin yang is connected. A union. Everything is connected. And once you break anything off of that, though, it's like a domino effect. The universe made it this way so that every organism would respect the other one. Think about this, right? Man may say, I'm physically fit. I can take over. I'm stronger than the woman, right? But man come from a woman, which means she can literally destroy you in the embryo. Who has the most power? Power ain't about lifting weights. The pen is mightier than the sword. There's a skinny dude that got more power than you, even though your muscle's bigger than his. You get what I'm trying to teach you? Power ain't I lift weights and I can punch strong. Power is I can snap my finger and make shit happen. The people that run the world ain't stronger than us. They are little bony men. These small hats, if you ever see them, they are little dudes with top hats on. Look like they don't got a gym membership, but they run everything, right? It's because they're working out their mind. Mind is the strongest form of power you can exercise in the world. And the people who exercise that the most gonna rule everybody. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. The strongest niggas physically are owned by some little puny old dude who powerful as fuck. They probably gotta pick him up and carry him around like the Pope. So you guys, you know, you think you know what power is because you look at what shine bright. You look at the sun and you say, man, that's the brightest thing. It's hot. See, because we've been taught that the loudmouth nigga got all the power. When you walk up in the room, the nigga that's talking the loudest, you can see him a mile away like the sun, y'all. And that nigga ain't got no power for real. The moon got the power. The moon is where the power at. They lied to y'all. If you want to start comparing the sun and the moon is basically reset energy. The sun is what they call destructive energy. The moon is constructive energy. You know, you can't think. It's like this. People go in the darkness to meditate, right? And people come out the darkness to shine. It's like a seed go in the ground to transform and grow and to break out of its shell casing and release its light. That means without the darkness, you can't have the light. You hear what I said? Right. What existed before the Bible, before the words, let there be light was written, what was there? Darkness. That's the stage. That's the foundation. Close your eyes, and what is the absence of thought? Darkness. It's a blank canvas waiting for you to put some on it, called a thought, imagination. Let's give a shout out to Serious Dog Star. Respect to you, Bro Sanchez, taking the time to teach us. Respect for y'all taking the time to value the information that I'm bringing. I appreciate y'all. Everybody love the sun. Everybody loves the sunshine. And that shit got y'all weak as hell. I'm going to tell you something about the moon, nigga. The night owls are the gurus. Everybody, see Charleston White, he gonna be snoring when the moon come out, and he gonna be up in the morning talking his shit. And I'm gonna tell you, I'm a night owl, nigga. The people that's really changing the world, they waking up out they sleep with new ideas and technology and shit. Let me tell you, when the world go to sleep and the city is quiet, that's when the poets start writing. That's when the rappers are creating. See, creativity happens in silence and privacy. And you come up out of there with new art, new works. You know what I'm saying? You take your ass in a corner in the dark and you come out a made man, like a monk. Like a seed goes in the ground and it comes out a big ass tree. That's what the darkness does for you. And niggas who don't like transformation, they love the sun. They can talk to you about the bright, shiny shit all day. Look at that sun. Yeah, man, y'all are so damn predictable. Y'all are like children. The sun must be powerful because it's bright as hell. Y'all are so predictable, man. True power operates in secrecy. The loud nigga in the room ain't the most powerful. It's probably that nigga sitting back there keeping to himself that's writing every damn body check. And he don't want no fame at all. He don't even want you to know nothing. Fuck the being seen. The sun is a loudmouth little boy. When you read about all the sun gods in mythology, they all have ego energy attached to them, like Apollo and etc. Let me give a shout out to Christian Smith. Bro, we got to ride with you to the end. Facts here to support by any means. Look, Christian Smith, you 8 of 15. That means we halfway there, and I think we're going to reach our goal. I appreciate you so much, Christian.
God created the sun. But this is what I'm saying. Who been up there?
I mean, it's astronauts that have stories that, you know, you could check in. They have interviews about it. They tell
I know
their
some
stories.
penitentiary niggas got some good motherfucking stories. Sound good, believable, and everything. But nigga, they'll tell us anything.
So is the earth flat? Are you one of them type niggas?
And right there is what I'm saying. I don't think Say Cheese is FBA. I think he may be a teller. Because I'm going to tell you something. The disrespect against our ancestors is just mad crazy, man. That's right. Are you one of them type niggas? Let me show y'all why that's disrespectful. He got the mindset of his oppressor. The white people that gave us the globe, they hated the ancestral flat earth way because it teaches balance, equality. It ain't capitalism. It's anti-fiat. And it teaches that the earth is a huge free energy device. And if the earth is a huge free energy device, you can't have a fiat system if everyone know that. Sanchez explained. Okay, let me explain. It's very simple. The people at the top create their wealth through a debt system called inflation. That means they have an excuse to say it costs us more money to make money than what the money is worth, and you gotta pay for the extra cost. Since you need the money, we're providing a service to y'all. That's inflation. So prices go up on stuff, and they keep printing money saying, you know what? It's costing us even more money now because energy costs. Why you think they keep complaining about energy costs? That's their excuse to inflate the money. So when you come up talking about flat earth, free energy, Nikola Tesla, pulling free energy from the atmosphere, people get unalive for stuff like that. That's right. They got a whole campaign against flat earth. You know why? Let me show y'all something real quick, because I can show you this shit better than I can tell you, man. Let me just show you this real quick. Let me show you this real quick. You know why? People say, but why would they lie about the shape of the earth? Let me answer that real quick, because my people told me they don't care if I be redundant. They told me, yes, Sanchez, we heard a lot of this stuff, but there's new people out there. Wake them up. When you got the truth, you just keep repeating it. Here is, see, I'm not just talking, I'm showing. I'm saying to you and showing to you that the ancient people said that the earth was a huge Tesla coil. Nikola Tesla was a flat earther. Nikola Tesla created his technology based upon ancient patents from the Mayan, the Egyptian, the Olmec. If you think that the people who carved them stones and built them pyramids did it by rubbing rock against rock, you stupid. We can't even recreate them pyramids. They had electricity and tools that they was using, and all their history was deleted. They had advanced technology, and they knew that the earth was a big Tesla coil, which is why we can pull electricity from it. You can't pull electricity from a blue rock, from a rock with water on it flowing through space. See, when you say that we live on a globe, now you got to explain to me how a rock with water attached to it generates electricity that we can use for our computers and phones and all that. Well, Sanchez, the earth don't generate electricity, you dummy. They dig up fossil fuels and they burn them, and that's what power our computers.
Stupid.
Yeah, you're a damn dummy for real. If you think somewhere there's some rocks burning right now so that my computer can work, you're easily programmed. If you think we can set some shit on fire, right? And from the fire, we can turn it into clean electricity running through your goddamn wires, you're a special kind of fool. It's so ridiculous to think that. You don't show me how you can burn something and create electricity. I want everyone to reduplicate what they telling you, because that's what science is about. So we know that a rock with water on it can't generate electricity. We know that a flame of fire can't now turn into a clean electric spark going through my keyboard right here. Why are we being lied to about energy? Because the earth is a huge free energy machine. Tesla reverse engineered the earth, and he made a little bitty earth. And his little bitty earth was able to generate energy just like the big earth. That's right. That's real science when you can reduplicate stuff. And not only that, flat earthers and globe earthers teach that the universe started from a big bang. But who's right? Well, let's look at what happens when a big bang takes place. How does mass distribute itself in an explosion? It makes the shape of the flat earth. Look at my collage, people. I told you I don't just talk, I show. Charleston White just talking, and y'all giving him more credit. They put the dumbest people on a pedestal if they want to keep everybody dumbed down. And guess what? Charleston White shouldn't be offended by a nigga calling him dumb. He ain't smart, which is why we're limited to cracking jokes and doing snitching on folks and doing the shock factor stuff. If you got some kind of smarts, you would be the next Neil deGrasse Tyson. Why did I bring up that shield? But you get my point. The next Julian Brown, etc. Look at here, man. Flat earthers and globe earthers agree that the universe started from a big bang, but who can prove it? Because all we got to do to prove who's right is to make a big bang, nigga. And guess what? Every big bang creates flat earth, man. People can talk all they want, but they can't show. It's people talking in the chat room now, can't show. Here go another. I'm showing y'all something. The biggest explosions on Earth is what I'm showing you. These are the biggest bangs man have ever created. These are atomic bomb tests. This stuff shows us the way energy dissipates itself. The shape of energy when it expands, it takes the shape of a mushroom cloud. And the mushroom cloud shape is what a tree is, a human is, the Ankh is, the earth is, because everything, even the human body, when you stand up, you're a mushroom cloud. Because everything is just energy expanding. And when energy expands, energy makes predictable patterns. It ain't no secrets. It ain't no secrets to what energy looks like when it expands. So the people who told you it started from a big bang or an expansion, they told you that the earth is flat. You ain't listening. The Bible told you about the canopy, the expanse. Look at here go another explosion. What are we looking at? Flat earth, right? With the tree of life in the middle. What did the ancestors say? They say that the entire universe was created by the tree of life, which is at the North Pole. Look at this right here. All of the rings and are stacked on each other, just like the flat earth model. Look at this. Look at this. Let me show you the flat earth model. Look at this. In the middle of this model, just like the middle of an onion, you have the little stalk, the stem, the line, right? And from that stem of the onion, you get these layers. You ever cut an onion open? See, nature is showing us a pattern and we ain't looking at it. Nature is doing everything the same way. And this is how we know what the earth shaped like just from a fractal code. Because this ripple effect is all around us and we ain't even picking up on it. You know why this called an onion? Because it's the term on and on. Let me say that again. On and on and on and on becomes onion. If you look at the way we pronounce the word onion today, there's no Y in it. And it's literally, if you pronounce it the way the word look, is like on and on. But let me go to give a shout out to Red Star. Do you view the planets as real or cymatics? Cymatics. And the planets are basically portals, cymatic portals, stargates that are opening up, leading us to a different layer of the onion. All right? That simple. Check this out. This pole in the middle of the onion is what created all the layers. You know why? This pole in the middle of the onion is where the seed started to expand from. And it reached its arms up and down and start to seal itself inside of a little bitty bulb right here. And then it grew another layer around that one. And then it grew another layer and another layer. And it kept doing the same thing until it grew its final layer. That's how you get an onion. The way that this onion grow from the middle outward and keep growing layers like that, that's the same way that a tree grow. Like, if you look at everything in nature, it's telling us this same pattern, and we ain't looking. It's a ripple effect. It's what they call Saturn or Satan, the all-seeing eye god, because why? They want to demonize this stuff. They want to take this knowledge of Saturn, the all-seeing eye, they want to turn it to demonizing and spookism. And that's why flat earth is getting hit so hard, because flat earth is basically telling you the knowledge of Saturn. It's telling you that the earth ain't made no different than everything in the universe. Everything in the universe is energy expanding, creating a ripple effect. So when you look at the flat earth model right here from the top down view, this is what it looked like from the side, cut open like an onion. This is what it looked like from the side. But from the top down, every layer is in their own little dome, and it's the smaller ones are coated in the big ones all the way out, just like an onion, man. Look at there, man. Shout out to Dr. Remke, being 9 of 15, coming through with the 50 cent, the 50 G unit band, hitting us up. And I just appreciate all of y'all, man, and Dr. Remke really coming through. In honor of anyone who currently struggles with financial abundance, this donation is for you. Shout out to you. Money is simply receiving, and worthiness energy waiting for you to embrace. Never give up. That's right. Dope words from Dr. Remke. Yeah, now I go ahead and mod you up here. And that's 9 of 15. And onion is on and on. I just want to get back to that. Keep this, man, y'all are very dope for supporting the show the way y'all doing. But I just wanted to make the point about the Big Bang. If both people are claiming that the universe started from a Big Bang, why can't the other model show me and reduplicate it on their model? Everything I say, I reduplicate it and show you it ain't a lie. If I say that the earth is a Tesla coil and somebody say prove it, guess how you prove stuff? I should be able to create a miniature version of what I said the big old earth is. And if my little miniature version that I said the earth is creates electricity, I just prove what the earth was. Because why? The earth is creating electricity. That's right. You using it right now. So if a person say, how does the earth create electricity? And somebody say, by burning fossil fuels. And another person say, well, the earth is just a big energy machine anyway. It's literally a Tesla coil. That's how it creates energy. It's literally an energy device. You know what I'm saying? Powering things. That's the earth's job. Right? And that's the Tesla coil's job. And the Tesla coil powers things wirelessly. You don't got to plug them into it. You just got to put them near it and they just come on. So the bigger your Tesla coil is, you can have this wireless energy bubble and everything in it that's calibrated to the coil, right, will just work with no batteries, no outlet in the wall. This was Tesla's vision for a smart world. And this is what the world they destroyed in the past with Egypt and the Mayans and all that, because it was a free energy grid. They couldn't tax, wasn't no inflation. The people that recreated the world as we know it today, they are vandals and barbarians. They destroyed paradise. And in order for them to hide paradise, they got to attack flat earth. They got to attack free thinking. It ain't just free energy. It's free thinking. It's free anything. It's freedom, period. We're slaves. What flat earth represent is free energy. People say, why would they hide the shape of the earth? What if the earth shaped like a free energy device and that they was lying to everybody that energy ain't free? That's right. What if the foundation of what keeps these people in power and keeps their fiat debt system going would be debunked with this one flat earth debate. Flat earth can end the fiat government system overnight quicker than anything else can, because it directly attacks the lies that they use to justify rich versus poor and slavery. And inflation is all based on inflation. The debt system based on inflation. They inflate the money by saying energy costs are too high. It costs us too much to make this dollar than what the dollar is worth. And we got to pay the energy bill, right? It take electricity to print a dollar. And what happens when my power bill costs more than the money I'm actually making? Inflation happened. I now become a huge power company charging people for energy and they don't even know it. But you're literally being charged for energy. The people that run our world, they are called what? Powerful. But you don't see how the power relates to electricity. I'm trying to teach it to you. Power is power. It means electricity, the stuff that's running our houses. We paying more for that than what it's worth. Tesla said energy is free. You shouldn't even pay for it. It's the most abundant thing in the universe. These people in power are telling you energy is very expensive. And we're trying to find sustainable systems to drive down costs so we can fix inflation. But every generation is getting worse and worse. We can land a man on the moon, but we can't create efficient electricity to power our goddamn house. Now, come on, folks. Come on, folks. You can't make sustainable energy systems, but you are a space age society? Get the fuck out of here. That don't even make sense. That don't make sense. That's like saying, Sanchez, we can build houses, but we don't know how to build them damn sand castles, man. You do know that it takes more resources, energy, power, and smarts to travel through space and go to the moon if it were real than it would to create sustainable energy systems. The space lie keeps you from seeing what the earth really is. And they make one of those lies play into the other one by saying, when we do get these sustainable energy systems, that will help our rocket technology to boost us further beyond the moon. They know that we already got the ability to create free energy systems on Earth and travel the heavens, but they don't want to tell you. They don't want to tell you that the way you leave the Earth is with an out-of-body experience and meditation, astral projection. They don't want to tell you that. And they don't want to tell you that that is the real space program. That's how we go to the heavens, through meditation and self-discipline like the ancestors did. They knew you couldn't physically leave the Earth, because what's beyond here is a parallel Earth where you already at, man. There's another Earth next to this one, and guess what? You walking around that bitch right now. If you go to sleep tonight and dream and shift to that other Earth, you will forget this Earth even exists. The moment we shift our consciousness, we get amnesia. All of this knowledge that I'm telling y'all right now, I don't even be having this when I dream. That's what scare me. Oh shit, let me give a shout out to my brother Awakening Minds. He said the word ground has round in it. How ironic. Round and finite plane. Just like your collage on the screen. Now respect my brother. Keep cooking, man. Shout out, show Awakening Minds some love, man. Thank you for being 10 or 15 Awakening Minds. Guess what? We only need 5 more people, and we got a whole hour. And we only need 5 more people to send in $20. Dr. Remke and hold on, let me be, because Dr. Remke and who else we had? Dolph Obama. They were the highest donors. I want to salute them, and I want to salute everyone that sent in a 20 as well for being one of the gold members, and just clap it up for all 10 of y'all. We only need 5 more. I'm gonna go back to the video because I think I'm being a bit long-winded. Y'all get my point. They hiding it because it's deeper than flat earth. It's free energy. It was never no rich and poor at first. The old earth was not capitalistic. It was like what you read about in the Garden of Eden. But it was better than that because people weren't butt naked and all that stuff like you read in Primitive. They were in stone Victorian utopias with wireless, advanced, ethereal technology powering those places. And they had a medical system that we lost. It was keeping people living hundreds of years, healing them with tone and vibration. And even Nikola Tesla, right? They had to get rid of Tesla. Tesla was talking about having electric baths every month. Tesla said if you bathe yourself in a bath of electricity, it will increase your life, your youth, and all that he was saying. And saying how it will make you immortal, basically, to any disease or impurity. So this was stuff, and there was another dude, besides Tesla, he created a chamber that was doing the same thing. It basically shocked you. But during that time, there were people demonizing that stuff, saying bathing yourself in electricity will kill you. And they was killing animals, electrocuting animals in the street and stuff to say, this is dangerous. But Tesla was going around the world sending huge volts of electricity right through his body. At one of Tesla's shows, he held a light bulb in his hand and he held another instrument in the other hand, and he sent the electricity through his body to power the light bulb in his hand, to prove that you can send electricity right through your body safely. And he said not only is it safe to send electricity through your body, it's healthy for you. It kills diseases. It's shocking them. It's like Tesla had something that would have changed the world. It was basically the knowledge of Tartaria and the knowledge of our ancestors and the world they had created during the golden age and the paradise that we lost after the reset. Look at there, man. Dr. Remke is coming through again, being 11 of 15, leaving us with only 4 more people to go. Dr. Remke really coming through for this one, man. And the doc says, matching Dreezy Dre awakening minds. I'll do this all night, bro. Just kidding. I'm too old for this shit. I need to sleep. I feel that. I feel that. We need, that's what's up, though. I appreciate the love. Oh, and then we get Philosophical Philly coming through. Says, thank you, bro. Thank you, Philosophical Philly, for being 12 or 15. That only leaves 3 more people, man, and that'll be a complete goal. We're going to open up the call lines here shortly.
No.
So it's round.
I don't know what it is. I just know when I fly, I see a oval existence when the plane do this. And
now, let me explain something to y'all. What Charleston White just said is the most embarrassing thing you could ever do in a scientific, mature, intellectual setting when it comes to this topic. When you go in a room full of real nerds and you say what Charleston White just said, you automatically become the dude that everybody know in the room is on the lowest IQ level. Now, what do you mean, Sanchez? What I mean is, even if you're a flat earther or a globe earther, you know that Charleston White is just not knowledgeable. He's ignorant, right? And what that mean is he's trying to help the globe earth, but he's hurting it because he didn't do enough time to learn it first. Meaning, if y'all want to go cape for the globe and you think, well, I'm going to go against flat earth, I'm going to say it's a globe because I want to get some kudos like from the people in power. That's cool, but I'm going to be honest with you. They got people for that, and they don't like people like Charleston White. I'm going to show you what it does. He comes off as a hit piece for the globe for this reason. There's no way possible you could ever see curvature from a freaking airplane. Oh my God. That is the dumbest shit you can say as a globe earther, folks. That's right. Folks, I'm going to say that again. According to spherical geometry, it's impossible for you to see the curve of the earth in a freaking commercial airline. You know you ain't up that high, right? This shit give me a headache, man. Like, Charleston White, the type nigga, and say, man, I just think it's round because, you know, when I'm working on top of the roof of my house and I look out, you can see the curve. All you gotta do, get you a ladder, go on your house, you can see the curve. Bro, you gotta go up higher than that. That's right. Hey, shout out to Voodoo Child. Hey, yo, Voodoo Child said, get on him. You know I got you. Thank you, Voodoo, for being 13 or 15. I'm so confident right now, Voodoo Child, that we gonna get 2 more people because we got like an hour on the clock. For sure, we got a whole hour left. And we just got another, my brother Beano Mob, man. Shout out to Beano Mob coming through. Beano Mob said, you never disappoint. Every day is #1 on my playlist. Love you, fam. Love you too, Beano Mob. Appreciate your continued support. Man, you know I got to keep up this same energy for my people, man. I got y'all on it. I will never slack off. That's for sure. But people, you can't see the curve of the earth from an airplane. Like, golly, man.
Stupid.
You gotta do a little, like just a little research, Charleston White. Charleston White, the type nigga that'll tell you, I don't know why they saying it's flat. All you gotta do, stand up on your tiptoes and you can see, I'm gonna show you the curve right now. Stand up on your tiptoes. You don't see that curve? Come on, pick him up. Pick him up real quick on your shoulder. Let's show him the curve of the earth. Lift him on your shoulder real quick, brother. See? Like, nigga, y'all gotta get up way higher than that, sir. This is funny. Bro think he's an astronaut on Spirit Airline. Y'all gotta quit asking street niggas about nerdy shit. Because it don't make the black man look good. Every race got people for that. But guess what Steve Coakley said? Black folks just let they rappers and celebrities teach them about science, life lessons, spirituality. And hearing that, you would think he's exaggerating or reaching. That man ain't lying. That's our situation, nigga. Everything we know come from our entertainers. That you don't see it, that's something wrong with that, man. In everybody's race, they go to their entertainers to be entertained. They go to their nerds to learn. They go to the monks and and gurus for their spirituality. And they know who to go to for what. We just go to our celebrities for everything. We go to our rappers and comedians for all our life endeavors, every aspect, nigga. That's a problem, dude.
And do that. You should be able to see a cliff somewhere. This bitch look like it's a ball in the sky. So I be looking out the window trying to, I think people that's trying to figure out if the world flat.
Now he finna play into the propaganda. The black men in the community that's thinking outside the box and they want to get into a conversation called cosmology, because I gotta write this down. If I don't write it down, you gonna think, because it need to hit a certain way. You need to see what I'm saying. When a young man gets fascinated about the earth and the star, oh snap, let's give a shout out to Voodoo Child real quick, people. Let me teach you something. When a young black man decides he's interested in what the earth shaped like, what the stars is, guess what he's participating in? Cosmogony, cosmology, astrology, and guess what else? Astronomy. You know why there's only one dude named Neil deGrasse Tyson who's the most, they say, well, that's the smartest black man, and everybody like to say, well, Neil deGrasse Tyson is the staple example of intelligence for black people? You can't name me no other ones. Neil deGrasse Tyson is a Freemason who's promoting the globe and the lie. And the thing about it is, with Neil deGrasse Tyson, what is an astrophysicist? It's a person that studies the stars. But don't we all, if we got telescopes, don't we all, if we research ancient people, what they say about the stars? In fact, researching ancestral knowledge about the stars will give you more information about the stars than having a telescope and an observatory. Let me say that again. Researching ancient cosmology will give you more knowledge about the heavens and the stars than you owning an observatory. You gotta understand that the Mayan collected millions of years of data about the stars, and they was studying the stars for generations. I can put you in the fanciest observatory today, and it won't give you all that data that they collected. So why not go right to the source and the information, right? And suck it up. You ain't gonna find out nothing new about the sky that the Mayan didn't find out. They were studying the sky for millions of years, and they saw the patterns that it make over and over again, and they was able to tell you what's gonna happen and tell you what you know. And so that's why their calendar was so accurate making predictions, because it's pattern predicting. If you recognize patterns because you studied it for so long. Then you got these young Greeks show up and say, well, the Mayan don't know what they talking about. Let us teach you what the stars are. That was when your slave master showed up. Copernicus, Aristotle, Galileo, what they all got in common? They are all white and working for the Roman Empire. Everything you know about your reality come from Roman scribes and the Roman Empire, which is operating under the name of the Vatican Church today, the Roman Church today. And what the Roman Empire was its own spiritual system of vagabonds justifying Zionism and world conquest. And when you want to justify that kind of barbarism, you can't have any kind of cosmological systems that link you to any kind of good morality, which is what's represented with flat earth. You got to have something that's more compatible with creating fighters and consumers and gladiators. Let's give a shout out to Voodoo Child for becoming a member of this channel. So, hey man, let's also give a shout out to Beano Mob for becoming a member. Both of you brothers, appreciate that, Beano Mob.
Around, they miss out on a lot in life. I don't give a fuck if this bitch flat or round.
Then why you talking about it? I hate when people do that. Because the people who really don't care what the shape of the earth is, they ain't never gonna talk about it. For example, my mother will never sit down and have a conversation about the shape of the earth with anybody. You know why? My mama don't give a fuck about that. That's right. And that's my mama, and I'm a flat earther. Think about what I'm telling you, how you know these folks are agents, right? Everybody know real street niggas. I got real street niggas in my family, in my life. What I mean by real street niggas, these are niggas who not just raised from the streets like I was, but they glorify street culture. They pride themselves in their street identity. See, I don't give a fuck about the streets. You see what I'm saying? Now, my thing about that is this right here. The niggas who did the most in these streets, they not loyal to them like you niggas who ain't never bust no grape in these streets. That's just facts. That's why you got certain niggas that can snitch and they can walk around the hood and ain't nobody gonna fuck with them because you know they really like that. And you ain't gonna go call them no snitch either. See, that's what I'm saying. You can, like, what's more gangster than a nigga saying, I don't follow nobody rules, not even the streets. Now, who gonna do something to me for that? Now, do something about it. That's more gangster than anything right there. Like, bitch, I make my own rules and do what I want. Now, come do something about it. You playing by street rules because you scared of what the streets will do to you. I'm not scared of what the streets will do to me. So that's what I'm telling you right now. Like, and the reason I'm bringing up the street thing is this right here. Charleston White is associated with the street niggas. He's associated with that element. And real street niggas, not agents, because I don't think Charleston White is a real street nigga. I think he's what I call a state baby. Drop a one if you know what I'm talking about. What is a state baby? These are little children that grew up in correctional facilities, and they had law enforcement in their life at a young age, and they was known in their city by all the police, by the politicians and shit, right? They known by the chief of police. They name keep coming up. They at the city meeting, but they also locked up every other fucking day. They name ringing bells, but at the same time, these are the children that start working for the state. And they embed themselves in the fabric with us like they one of us, and they so relatable, like Charleston White. But that man went over there with them white folks with MAGA and told y'all he was throwing black folks under the bus for money. And y'all didn't care. But you would turn around and call a nigga a sellout and an agent. The moment we keep pushing Charleston White while telling folk, you're an agent, you're a sellout, you can't do that no more when you push Charleston White. We've dropped our standard now to where it's like Tekashi 6ix9ine. The moment we accept Tekashi 6ix9ine, you can't be calling niggas snitches and shit no more because we've lowered the standards. That's like a nigga saying, man, I rocks with Charleston White, but snitches get stitches. Wait a minute, Charleston White is a snitch though. You can't have these street principles and codes and promote Charleston White. You can't. So when a person that pushes Charleston White, I look at them niggas like, number one, this is not a street guy. He's probably a police He's probably some kind of informant, and probably some kind of white boy got his hand up your ass like Aiden Ross or some MAGA party with the MAGA hats and shit like he was doing. Playing over there with them racist white folks and going to these racist towns talking crap about black folks. Next thing you know, he want to book a show in the hood. As long as he know you niggas gonna keep selling it out, he can talk about folks' dead children. He can talk about niggas that really had shit going. This man that does Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Nipsey Hussle, and he ain't no better than none of these folks he talking about. And y'all will help him shit on other niggas' legacies while building hills up. That's some work of the white man, nigga. No black man should be, if you ain't holier than thou, you shouldn't be tearing the next man down while trying to build yourself up. Nip wasn't no regular, like, I don't know a lot about this gang culture, but I can respect niggas doing something positive even though they affiliated with that lifestyle. Charleston White ain't no saint. But when you go to saying people who into flat earth missing out on life, I think it's just the opposite. I think our mind, I think the creator wanted us to talk about the stars, the heavens, the earth, spiritual shit, deep shit. That ain't missing out on life. That's engaging into divine discussions. On the flip side, what is Charleston White doing? He's spending his whole life worrying about rappers, Soulja Boy, Young Thug. Think about this. Charleston White's whole life is a new story and a new endeavor with some celebrity. Charleston White got to spend his whole life talking about other men, and not in a good way. Charleston White got to sit up there and talk shit about Pooh Shiesty or Gucci. He got the roasting clown niggas when they going through serious shit because he just a character and a jokester. He's the nigga in the background watching black men go through shit and looking for a way he can make it even worse just for $1 when you already down, my nigga. I don't like that kind of game because you don't do that with them white folks.
That's right.
You got white artists that are in the gangs, Aryan Brotherhood, Hellraisers, Hell's Angels, biker gangs, and they do they heavy metal and shit. Them be the ones Charleston White kicking it with. You don't think Aiden Ross and all these white boys are connected with their white gangs? Don't be so silly and naive. Just because white boys play pranks and act goofy don't mean they ain't got some goons around them like black folks. They have their gangs and goons too. But you will have niggas talking bad about the black gang members while going over there with the biker boys and shit. Nigga, I'm over here chilling with such a, you know, some heavy metal white guy, that some satanic shit. That's okay. And like, I don't know what's worse, my son being a blood or a Crip or Aiden Ross, goddammit. You can become a millionaire either way. But you still giving up something and joining a clique that's not really good for you. You living good. But my thing with Charleston White, like, he sold out black people and admitted it. But he the only nigga that can do that, and black folks still don't care. But it shows you something about black people. We are so degraded and de-evolved and so low as a people. We are so addicted to his shallow, ignorant form of entertaining that we will forgive even the wrong he say against dead babies. These niggas will step over a dead baby body just to make it into the Charleston White show. That's right. Shout out to D-Dub exclusive, man. Knowing that Charleston White has a glass eye means he boule, one eye covered. Man, you a fool for that one. You a fool for that one. It's some truth to that. Remember my Fatty Wap video? It's a conspiracy theory, and I admit it may be a bit of a reach, but it is some resonating there a little bit. Like, I'm gonna tell you something right now real quick, bro. I believe Charleston White is controlled opposition, but I be hoping I'm wrong, because guess what? As a nigga from the South, I like Charleston White. I don't like when Charleston White display agent behavior like he's doing now. Why you talking about flat earth? If a nigga come up to Charleston White and say, man, I want to interview you about flat earth, guess what Charleston White ought to say? Listen, bro, I'm a real nigga. I don't talk about shit I don't care about. That'll be fake as fuck. That's right. Charleston White literally just said, nigga, I don't give a fuck about the shape of the earth. I don't care about that. And my thing is, why won't these vloggers interview the people that do care about it? That's called good journalism. If a person don't care about food, why would I interview them about cooking? That's bad journalism, say cheese. You ain't gonna get a good interview on the topic, interviewing a nigga who, number one, he don't care about it, and he don't know about it. What's the point then? It's a hit piece. It's an attack on it. And it makes me wonder why. This ain't even getting you no views. Look at how low the numbers is. You know how big Charleston White interviews is? Let's go to this man's channel. Them numbers is low compared to his other topics, because guess what? People who follow Say Cheese, they really live the shit Charleston White just said. When Charleston White just said, I don't care about flat earth, guess what? Say Cheese subscribers don't either. I want to know why Say Cheese care about it. You feel me? Okay, he do got one right here. That's 83K. Is that the same one? That one doing a little better. But my point is this. Charleston White don't care about the shape of the earth, right? He care about street topics. Like, it's silly to interview people. It's like this, right? Y'all don't see that something is strange going on in the world where every vlogger, every journalist interview people that care about the topic they interviewing them about. So if I want to do an interview about DMT, I'm going to go get a DMT expert, someone that's passionate about DMT, because as a journalist, that's going to blow my video up. That's going to help my video. That's how journalism works. If I'm going to do a video about staying fit and being physically fit, I'm not going to go and get an obese, out of shape person who don't care about fitness to talk about it. Does that make sense, y'all? Because it's only when they dealing with flat earth that they go get someone that hate flat earth to talk about the shit. There must be some kind of psychological operation against flat earth, because it don't make sense. If I'm into journalism and I want to interview someone about stars, you may call Neil deGrasse Tyson because they told you he's an expert on it, even though that's BS. But I would get it. Like, you wouldn't say, hey, man, I need to interview a person about stars for my show. Let me go get Soulja Boy. You think Soulja Boy give a fuck about the stars? Good luck with that interview. But every time it comes to flat earth, let me go get someone who's not a flat earther, who don't know shit about it, and who don't even care about flat earth. Let me interview that person for my flat earth video. What's going on? You see, when I break it down like that, it don't make sense, and I'll do it. That's right. What's up with that? People, we're being targeted because we got the truth. And this it looks out of place. You're a street channel. Now all of a sudden, oh, let's talk about space and flat earth. And then we finna go back to who ratted who out and all that shit. Like, how do you even mix that with your content? But see, this is a clear indicator that we may be dealing with agents. Because when you're dealing with agents, someone specifically come to them for that agenda. Like, they go around and make their runs to all the big platforms that got like 1 million plus viewers. And they're saying, hey, we need a flat earth hit piece. Propaganda, just kind of, give us something to hit back at them. It is a loop out there like that. And there is a protocol and propaganda sheet that if these channels follow that, they go to different levels than other ones. And you see them all coming with the same script or some similar at the same time, which should be a giveaway. Because flat earth right now is proving that the Artemis mission is fake. And you got a lot of globe earthers saying it do look fake. And this Artemis mission has really backfired on these folks. That's right. And guess what they got to do? Damage control. So it's very ironic that Charleston White men would do this during this time. You got to pay attention, y'all.
I ain't going that far to find out. But just from my observations, the motherfucker look around in the sky.
Yeah, you can't get in an airplane and see the curvature. You lying. Even if the earth was a globe, you wouldn't be able to see the curve in the airplane. That's what we saying. That's right. Because it's too big. If you ask Charleston White, how big is the diameter of the earth? He don't know it. It's 24,000 miles, which means you got to go way the fuck up before you even see a little bit of the curve. When you looking at the earth from the ISS, it's barely curving. How Charleston White see the curve in the airplane? You know how high up the ISS is, man? That's right.
Look like we in the ball.
So at night, when you see the black stars in the sky, what is that?
That's the ether.
Nigga, I think that's a screen. As a kid.
But that is a good answer. I mean, technically, the sky does act like a plasma screen. So I'm going to tell you what I know. Charleston White listening to Flat Earth. But he ain't listening to it to learn. He listening to it to say, let me see what the hell these niggas talk about. They ain't getting no damn paper. He probably got a little spare time. He listening to it, and he probably saying, that shit do make sense. Now, I do agree with that. That firmament makes sense. But, nigga, that shit ain't flat, nigga. He just a regular ignorant hood, nigga. So you got to kind of tap into his mind how he getting exposed to it. He's not going to be thorough like me and like maybe a Eric Dubé or someone and do all that. He just a hood nigga. Which is why Say Cheese ain't really doing the community a good deed by speaking on this topic. Because look, there are people that'll go on his shit for free just so we can give the right information. But he rather go and interview Soulja Boy about the stars and shit. Only when he dealing with flat earth though. Any other topic, he gonna get someone qualified to speak on that. Cause that's good journalism. Everyone know when you handle the flat earth topic, fuck good journalism. You need to do a hit piece. Do your worst journalism ever with flat earth. If you're gonna do a flat earth topic, number one, don't interview a flat earther. Number two, don't interview a person that care about flat earth. Number three, don't interview a person that knows shit about flat earth. You see where I'm going? Like, you literally do the opposite of everything you would do for any other topic in any other video.
I believe in this short shit. Nigga, yeah, but nigga, I ain't had a telescope to look. Nigga, I think that's a screen now. I think they can put anything up there.
Wow, you don't believe that is space? That's crazy.
My mind can't conceive it. Just like I don't.
So you want to?
And let me tell you why it's a hit piece and a psyop. Because look, the shock factor of you don't believe in space, man, that's what flat earthers face. And we face it with ridicule. And what it is one of the ways you can reverse that is having a good explanation of why. And it now suddenly becomes cool to be part of the rebellious group of people that, wow, man, y'all really don't believe in space? Like, what's up with these people? It's like, yeah, I'm different, bitch. I'm different. I'm different. Yeah, bitch. It's a flex for real. Like, man, it's a mystique to it. Like, oh, you don't believe in space? Why? Tell me what did you find out? What happened in your life, in your reality to make you come to this? See, that power is in the mystique. They giving that to Charleston White. Because what happens is when Charleston White say, I don't believe in space, people crowd around. Really? Talk to me, Charleston White. Why don't you believe in space? Really? That's what they should be doing for us, man.
That's right.
It's really called an intellectual interception. Because all of the energy that will give you a platform to be able to explain yourself, they're reversing it and redirecting it toward people they can control. You get what I'm saying? There's pros and cons to space denial. One of the pros is there's a sense of mystique to it that makes people almost want to give you the mic and say, tell me why. And that's where the power at. Because now I got you listening, and if I can plant this seed in you, I'm going to do a good job. You may not say it's flat today, but I'm going to fuck your world up if you give me a chance. And what it is they're training the world to, when you deny space, if you're a flat earther, shoot it down right off the bat, call you retarded, stupid, cover my ears, you're just dumb, go back to school. But if you deny space, but you still say the earth is a ball, they want to hear what you got to say. For example, Bart Sabrell. Now, I don't think Bart Sabrell is an agent. That's just me, and I can be wrong. But one thing I do know why Bart is able to be on Joe Rogan, Candace Owens, and be on the big platforms, it's because he's in a safe space. He's denying space, right? That's still bad, but he still haven't said the earth is flat yet. When you say the earth is flat, you just took the red pill. You like Neo in the Matrix, everybody coming to get you now. The whole Matrix turns on you once you profess that it's flat. The moment you confess that this bitch is flat, oh, you the ops, nigga. They gonna go out there, you silence you, you're done. Their controlled opposition have to do just enough. And what that looked like is space denial while still saying the earth is a globe. And there's a lot of people fit that model to where we don't believe the moon missions. We don't believe space. They're faking it. But the earth can't be flat, man. Come on. That's a psyop. You know why? Because flat earthers have been using the space footage and showing you how they fake in space. It's so easy to show a glober that harnesses is being used, items that's not really there, they CGI. You can pretty much convince a globalist space is fake by all of the glitches in NASA's lazy ass footage. If a global is really honest and looking for the truth, They will be scratching their head about a lot of the space footage like, yeah, this look fake. But the people in power don't want them to become a flat earther. That's the red pill. So what they've done, they created a safe space for space denying. But the only rule now is you can't say the earth flat. What the people in power did, they say, okay, we fucked up the space program. People denying it every day. The more money we spend into it, the more people wake up, like the Artemis mission. They just spent all that money and all it did was wake up a lot of globe earthers. So they're forfeiting, basically. They're saying, okay, space is fake, but the earth is still a ball, nigga. Okay, you got me, right? You got me. The shit's fake, but it's still a ball. That's what they're basically doing if you pay attention. They got so many puppets and agents that's saying, yeah, man, space is fake, but come on, you know the earth ain't flat. Because they don't want people to wake up. And they see people waking up. They see people waking up with all the phony space footage and space photos. And they know they can't stop that awakening. So they're going to co-opt it. They're going to play into it and control it. And they're going to say, yeah, man, space is fake, isn't it? But the earth is still a globe, right, everyone? It's still round, right? And that's what they're protecting. And you will see that they will allow you to push back at the moon missions in space to a certain degree. They'll blow that up. You can make your rounds, but don't also say, you can't be denying space and saying that the earth is flat and connecting all that together to show you how it tied together. You know, that's what they trying to stop people connecting the dots.
You definitely are one of them type of niggas. You have to really see it to believe it. You can't be told anything.
I don't think heaven or hell is real. Yeah, I think all that shit made up. Space, heaven, hell, the abyss. Because man have not been to the bottom of the ocean. He don't know what's up at the over that motherfucker. And you want me to believe he done been up there? Both pressures are the same. Nigga, when you go out to the atmosphere, the shit go to falling off, boom, boom, boom. From what it says, because of the heat, the ferment, same thing under that water. I don't believe them niggas died in a submarine. Yeah, I think our technology should be able to show us everything that we have doubts about. Because they can show us everything we have doubts about. They releasing shit, nigga, worth some black Madonnas.
What's the benefit of lying about space, though? I don't see a benefit.
Okay, yeah, so a lot of people will say they don't see a benefit to lying. Well, I just gave it to you, free energy. I already answered that. And just because you don't see it, you know what I don't get, though? A lot of people like Say Cheese be like this. I don't see why they lying. I don't see it. I can't see. Man, I don't see. Where is it? Show me. I don't see a benefit. Show me. That's Say Cheese. I don't see it, so it ain't there. No, it's because your eyes closed. I don't see it. Where is it? Where is it? I'm looking everywhere. I don't see why they would lie, because you ain't looked into it. You ain't researched it. Of course you don't see it. You ain't looked for it. I don't see why they would do. Have you researched anything? When a person say, I don't see, you got to start off, you got to make sure your eyes ain't closed first, bro. Because there's a reason we can see the shit and you can't. Either we making up some or you're blind. And I think it's the latter.
lying to us about space.
To create a government agency to make money, that pays money. NASA is what really spies on the American population. So, same reason we lied and said that we have weapons of mass destruction that was found over here, came with an attack and created a new entity called Homeland Security, FEMA. What you mean, why?
Damn.
More power, more control. One world government.
So, okay, so aliens.
And asking a street nigga about aliens is damn near like a parody. So Whack 100, man, what you think about aliens, man? Like, say cheese, what the hell are you doing? This is so weird of an interview. It's so obvious that Say Cheese may be an agent. Now, what I mean by agent, a person that pushes agendas for third parties. And it may not necessarily be their agenda, but they get some kind of benefit. If your platform is big enough, just saying, if you connected with certain people, you get certain offers, you know, that you may find too good to fucking turn down, you know.
You think you think aliens are real?
I think an octopus is an alien. I think a shellfish is an alien.
Well, they off topic now. They're gonna get into aliens, and we didn't really make that for the show, so I'm gonna go back to, first of all, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna drop the call-in link, because I said if someone wanted to join and speak on the Charleston White situation, I said I will allow that. So let's drop the call-in link and then see if anyone want to call in, and then we'll move forward. I got a couple of more reviews here. Go ahead and hit that link right there if you would like to call in about the current topic here with us breaking down this here Charleston White situation. Call it on in right now. We got a couple of minutes waiting for callers here. We're gonna give y'all about 2 minutes to call it in, and then we if you don't call it in, I'm gonna keep the show moving. Call it in right now, man. Call it in, people. Shout out to Cinnamon Dee. She said his live has been eye-opening for me. And you know, with the call-in link, you guys can call in and ask questions too about flat Earth and anything about the ancient cosmology, any deep stuff. You can ask me questions. You can call in and you can speak on behalf of the Charleston White situation as well. Said Charleston White said he is not from the streets. He said so. Well, he grew up in Fort Worth. Fort Worth is the hood, people. And Charleston White said he's a state baby that grew up in and out the system. So a nigga saying they ain't from the streets, that's a nigga that's saying just because I'm born and raised in the hood don't mean that the hood is in me. That's what he's trying to say. What Charleston White is saying is what I just said earlier. I'm from the streets, but I ain't a street nigga. That's what he basically telling y'all. But he just denying being from the streets altogether. That's his way of rebelling against it, in my opinion, because Hamza, what's good? You the first caller. Thank you for joining. You can hear me?
Oh yeah, I just wanted to talk about, so you're saying there's another version of me living out my greatest reality, and there's another version of me living out my worst suffering. I heard you talking about that. And
yeah, man, you just summed it up very, very well, Hamza. That's what I was saying.
And so I'm in the 50-50 in the realm of yin and yang, where it's based on decision making.
Yes. So the Earth realm is not one rigid reality. Even science can back me up, and I hate for them backing me up because I don't fuck with them. But what I do that to show you that even these liars gotta agree to certain stuff that just is facts. But what they found out is that they proved our reality ain't rigid, or it ain't one thing. That it's basically a combination of a whole bunch of parallel timelines recycling in and out of this space at once, if that make any sense. So
yeah, that makes
yeah.
So it's not a universe, it's more like you said, multiverse.
A multiverse. And it's so deep that in psychology, they're saying that what we've been calling the observer or the mind for so many years may be a network of different entities. Now, this is them at the beginning of what I've been teaching when I say, hey, every thought that come to you is another you in another universe influencing the you here. When they say all is connected, we share our thoughts with our higher and lower selves. You're just a vessel that's receiving a signal from all of the many versions of you. And because of that, it's creating a spiritual battle within us called Armageddon, good versus bad. We're in conflict with our different layers of ourself that are all opposed. You got a lower version, a higher version, a good version, bad version. They constantly warring with each other. And that's part of why we're here to work out to create like a United Nations for our good selves and bad selves to get along. Like, you ever saw that movie Jet Li the One, where he wanted to get all of the versions of himself on the same page, like in synchronicity? That's what our ultimate version is. So
So with that, what is reincarnation? Is that true, or are we in like our first reincarnation? We're in a 50-50 universe where we're placed here to see if we ascend up the higher realms or descend down the lower realms. Or what is your view on that?
people say, well, have I been here before? And the question is, when you say, have I been here, what do you mean? Who is the I? Because if you think about this, right? These worlds with you in them, every time you die, they start over with your birth again and just keep repeating and playing. But you're not necessarily conscious of it. What you calling a lifetime, Hamza, is when your consciousness fell into this version of you in this world and experienced a full life from baby to death. But guess what? When you die and your consciousness leave this earth, right, Hamza? Your body in this little thing is like a movie, right? In a theater. Yeah. Like when you go in a movie hold on a second. Let me give a shout out to Dr. Remke one time, one more again. This is awesome. Dr. Remke. Dr. Remke coming through big time. One day I love to call in just to express my gratitude for your discipline and generosity. But it's past my bedtime. Thank you. I rarely catch a live, and you deserve much more than I've offered tonight for how much richness I've gained from you. Dr. Remke, that really means a lot to me, and it's really motivational, and you know, it's really fuel to the fire. I appreciate that so much, for real. This is what I'm saying, Hamza. If you go into a movie theater, there are many sections with different movies playing out in different little theaters in this same movie cinema. But just because you walked up out of there and the movie ended, don't mean they gonna stop playing it. When the movie is done and you leave the theater, it just keep looping and playing over and over and over without you watching it. And what you call in life is just when your soul, your consciousness came into this holographic digital program, this simulation called life, and experienced one of its avatar's lifetimes. Right now, my soul is in a movie cinema, and it's decided to watch a movie called Bro Sanchez Flat Power, right? But when I die and I leave this theater, Bro Sanchez is gonna be a baby again and keep making flat power the same way. Is like a loop, and he ain't gonna even know that he been here before. In other words, your body inside of this simulation is like a character in a movie that keeps looping. But your lifetime experience is when you're actually watching the movie. And that's what I keep telling folks, like, when you go to these dream worlds and you wake back up here, that version of you is still living out its reality in that parallel reality. You just ain't watching that movie no more. You changed the station back to this channel. See, each of these theaters is running a movie, and you are the star in each of these movies. And it's a different movie, nightmares to heroic movies. You in every one of them. And no matter what theater you go to, you're watching a version of you do its own thing. That's what you do when you dream. So what I'm telling you is, when you start dreaming, you don't know you dreaming. You don't know that, man, I just fell asleep in another world.
Yeah, it's like when you dream, it's
right.
like
You just driving your car, you living up. Like, the dream don't start with a birth. Like, that version of you was already doing something before your consciousness shifted to it. So let's say that version of you in that parallel reality was driving down the highway. Soon as you go to sleep in this world and you shift your consciousness to that version of yourself, you're gonna be driving down the highway in the dream. And you ain't gonna ask no questions, because you don't even know that you just went to sleep in this world. You know why? Because the memory of you going to sleep in this world is recorded in your body that's laying in the bed in this world. But but the you that's walking around the dream world got its own memories that it's recording, its own childhood, its own series of events that it did that day when it woke up. So the moment you shift your consciousness to that version of you in a dream, you don't remember going to sleep. You remember everything you did that day in that world.
So when you sleep, your consciousness goes to a movie theater and picks out which parallel universe to watch itself from, is what you're saying, essentially. It's something like that.
Well, I just broke it down intricately.
Does the loop ever end?
I don't think it does, man. According to the ancients, we are
so it's infinite.
Yeah, we're infinite beings. We can't cease to exist. We can only create a good reality or a bad one, but we can't stop the shit.
So we gonna loop over and over again until we get it right, or it's just gonna be forever, essentially?
You're gonna loop over and over again, whether you get it right or not. The question is, if you get it wrong, you're gonna loop over and over again, and it's gonna be a horrible experience. If you get it right, you're gonna loop over and over again, and you're gonna love life, and you're gonna become more conscious and self-aware as a god. You're gonna start to remember your previous lives and activate certain higher levels of consciousness and awareness of the self, according to my research. Yeah.
Damn, that's deep, man.
So it's like going to hell is forgetting, and going to heaven is remembering. When we are ascending, we are remembering that we're not this avatar. We're a higher God that come from a higher realm. When we're falling down, we forget that we're God, and we're really believing that we're the role we're playing out in all of these simulations. And that's what create hell. That's what traps the soul in a cycle of endless rebirths within what they call Pan's Labyrinth, which is you keep on being born thinking that you're this role you're playing. Like, for example, when you go to sleep and you dream and you in this other world, you this other version of yourself, you really believe that that's you until you wake up and you like, oh no, this is me. Guess what? Neither one of them you. The real you is waiting to wake up in a higher realm, and it's better than all of these versions. And the moment we wake back up in that higher realm, we're going to remember who we are. Just like when you wake up from a dream, you automatically remember when your consciousness should, oh yeah, man, I'm Bro Sanchez in this world, right? Because All this knowledge that I'm giving y'all right now, I don't have this when I dream. That's what I'm telling you. That's my fear. Because in my dreams,
Yep.
I be dumb as hell in some of my dreams. I don't know the earth is flat. And I wake up and I'm like, okay, yeah, this brain, this me went through and learned all that. It's like these other versions of us is still us, but they are separate from this version of us based on their experience and what they went through and what they learned and then learned. And it don't mean that the Bro Sanchez me is the best one because it know the earth flat, right? Because I've been to other universes where I've been these calm, subtle, peaceful, like really angelical versions of myself. But I also had dreams where I've been good as hell and I've been like a church version of myself where, you know, I'm still on my Jesus thing. And some of these parallel realities, man, I go to church, man, every Sunday. And I will say in some of these other worlds, when I don't have this flat earth knowledge, I don't miss it. You don't miss what you don't got. And in those worlds, I'm just trying to work on myself there, man. You know? So it ain't like, well, man, you mean my memory gonna be deleted? The universe know what it's doing. It knows what it's doing. It's a reason for it. It's going to make you better. But shout out to the Virgo, though. Shout out to the OG, the Virgo, man. Chopping it up with us. Shout out to everybody on the call. I'm sorry if I muted you by mistake, Hamza.
Oh, man, you all right. Hey, man, this was deep. It got me thinking in a whole nother level, you know, getting me out of that cycle, man. I appreciate it. You know, thank you for this call. You know,
Oh, you got
I'm
it.
gonna start watching more of you. You know,
I really would appreciate that. I appreciate you, man, for joining.
Big shout out, bro.
Oh,
How
yeah,
y'all
man.
doing tonight?
We doing pretty good, man. Beating up on the globe, bro.
I know that's good.
Beating up on that globe, man. I'm gonna point out something to y'all how you know space is fake, right? Space is fake based upon what I'm about to share with y'all now. It's called distance inconsistencies. Now check me out real quick. This is very simple stuff I'm about to show you. You can do it yourself. So what this gonna show you is that the further away we get from Earth, the bigger it is. Now I know some of y'all just bust out laughing and you think that my words are backwards. No, I know what I just said. And I said it right. It's because they're dumbasses. What do you mean? Well, let's take a look at this famous Artemis picture right here. Do y'all know that the moon is 238,000 miles away? So look at the size of the Earth in this photo. That's 500,000 miles away. Look at how small the Earth is right there. That's 500,000 miles. That's 230,000 miles. But watch this though. Watch this though. Remember, 230,000 miles is what I just showed y'all. I want you to look at the Earth now in this photo. This is the Earth from 230,000 miles away. But look at the Earth in this photo. How far away that say it is, global status? 1,000,000 miles, right? The question is, how the hell a photo 1,000,000 miles away from Earth bigger than the one that's 230,000 miles? Let's put this back up. Common sense, folks. Let's pull it up real quick. That's the, okay, I know which one it is. It's this one here. No, I like this because this gonna give me a bunch of different ones from different distances, huh? We want the one that's 1,000,000 miles. Here it is, look. I'm gonna highlight it. This is 1,000,000 miles away. I want you to look at this. This is Earth from 1,000,000 miles away. But this is Earth from 230,000 miles away. See, you got to be a dumb globalist to ignore stuff like that. Right, you can't see nothing a million miles away because of vanishing point. And they'll tell you, so you can see clean across the flat Earth at the moon if the Earth was flat. Yeah. And on your globe model, you can see shit from a million miles away, but you saying I can't see the sun that I told you was 7,000 miles away.
Stupid.
They're dummies, man. They're freaking dummies.
You sleep.
You can tell them you took a picture of the Earth a million miles away, and that shit bigger than the Earth bigger than the one you took 230,000 miles away. Man, come on.
Where the hell are even the stars at? I don't even see the star. It's like,
Let me pull it up for you.
But see, at the same time, you got to look at it because it also depends on.
We don't want to hear about no magnification camera tricks. Ain't nothing being magnified, because what NASA is telling you, that the image we're looking at is the way they snapped it. Just like with this Artemis shot, they telling you, look, the Artemis astronaut went behind the moon, stuck the camera out, and shot the shot. Boom. This is what they're saying. So we're not going to take what you saying over what they saying. See, we already looked into that, man. How slow you think we are? We already going to account atmospheric conditions, all that. What's the point of showing me the perspective of the Earth for a million miles away if you're going to mess it up by giving me false distances by zooming it in or blowing it up? Like, what would be, think about it. They showing me the Earth small right here. Why? Because they want to give me a realistic perspective. NASA is saying we edit the photos, but we ain't changing nothing to make it unreal. We giving you real distances and perspectives. We just making it pop with colors and stuff. So if what you saying is true, then they're lying. They are editing it and doing something to change the way we perceive distances and all that as far as zooming and stuff. Once you do that, it's no longer a scientific photo because it's not accurate. We can't use it for proper distances and stuff, which would defeat the purpose of us even going to the moon, because we want a realistic photo of what the Earth looked like from this distance. If you fuck the distance up when you give me the photo, what was the point of us spending all that money to give a false photo? That's like me going to take a picture of Giza and I edit Giza and move the pyramids away. What was the point of me going way to Egypt? So the point of us going way over here was to see exactly how the Earth looked from this perspective. That was one of the scientific reasons. And we can't see that if you manipulating the photo. And that's what flat earthers have been accusing them of doing. So the moment you start saying, well, Sanchez, they do change the distances and shit, you prove us right. Now we know we can't. You saying what we've been saying, that they manipulate. You ain't saying a realistic shot of what it should be because they manipulating distances and angles. See, now you sounding like a flat earther. And once you say that, you ain't helping NASA. You really hurting them because they're saying we don't change that kind of stuff.
Well, see, the thing is, they ain't going up there for pictures. That's what they tell the people, but that ain't what they really doing. They are,
listen, brother, they are going for pictures, but that ain't all the mission is about. It's a multiple reasons why they going, right? And one of the objectives is to get these pictures so we can put them in science books for future generations. So it's like if I go to Paris, right? And I say, hey, we want to go to the Eiffel Tower. We want to go to this place, that place. Yes, we're going to take pictures, but we ain't going to Paris to take pictures. We going to Paris to have fun, to explore the place. They are space what? Explorers. And when you explore places, you take pictures of it, man. Simple.
Right, but we've been space exploration, so that's the whole psyop to argue over the pictures, like, but that's not the real deal. Like that's the surface. That's mediocre. Like
I
us
think you
arguing
missed the
about.
point. The point is we ain't arguing about why we going to space. We're arguing about them manipulating the photos they bring back and changing distances. If they're not doing that, then it goes back to what I was really arguing, which was there's a distance inconsistency. The Earth appear bigger from 1,000,000 miles than it does from 230,000 miles. So if you want to know what the argument was, it wasn't about what do we go to space for, to take pictures or not. Global status don't come up here being retarded tonight with that incoherent just talking for nothing, bro. Real talk.
I'm just saying see, that's what leads to the argument of globe and flat.
It doesn't. No, 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 it doesn't. What leads to the argument of the shape of the Earth is simply a group of people saying, you know what they telling me don't make sense. Let me go question it and put it to the test. Versus another group of people saying, why the fuck would they lie, man? Y'all tripping, flat earthers. That's literally the flat versus globe Earth debate history in a nutshell. It ain't nothing deep. It's literally right there. It ain't even about pictures. It's about questioning. It's about, because a globe earther will tell you before you even debate them, you stupid for even thinking that they would lie to you about something about the shape of the Earth, which is why Say Cheese just said, why would they even lie about that? Like, that's the first thing that creates a globe earther is, man, why would they lie about space? That's stupid. Why would they lie about the shape of the Earth? It doesn't make sense. So the flat earther's job is to make it make sense. It ain't even about proving the shape of the Earth to them. It's more so proving why would they lie. And I talk more about free energy than the missing curve. I convert more people to flat Earth talking about free energy than literally proving the shape of the Earth. And it's letting me realize people are only globe earthers because they are saying, why would they lie to me? Not because they can prove that we on a globe, but they trust these people and they don't think they'll lie to them about that.
But you know I don't trust NASA, and you know dang well I'm a globe earther though.
But I ain't talking about you though. Now you gonna shift it to you now? I thought we was talking about. See, now you confused. You got it though, brother. Yeah, I wasn't talking about you, brother.
What if it ain't flat or a globe? Like, we already know it's not a globe, but what if it's not flat?
I got a question for you. How about we look at this way? What if it is flat and round together?
I said that too.
That's deep.
I've already said that too. Real talk. But the thing is, it's not outside of flat or globe.
Because guess what? To me, the universe is flat and round.
I think I agree with that.
At the same time.
Right.
Yep, I agree with that.
And if you look up the word sphere, it's gonna tell you that it's a hollow globe. So what they throwing at us is bull. See, hollow globe. It's a dome over it, and it's hollow on the inside. That's where we at on the plane.
Yeah.
Right there.
How about?
How is this not flat and round? I want everyone while Voodoo Child, and shout out to my nigga Voodoo Child. Thanks for joining. I'm going to let them look at this, Voodoo Child, while you cook. This shows you why Earth is flat and round. Some people going to get it. Go ahead, Voodoo Child.
How you doing in that room? Much love to everybody. Bro, how much bigger is the Earth than the moon, or how much smaller is the Earth than the moon?
The Earth, comparing the Earth to the moon, though, is like, it's not a good comparison because
what I want.
Okay.
What I want to say is, check it out. If the Earth is like 4 times, 5 times, whatever, bigger than the moon, when you behind the moon looking at the Earth, you're still not going to get the same size because it should fill more of the sky because it's bigger. When you're looking from the Earth back to the moon, it should always be bigger because it's so much more bigger. It's going to fill more of the sky.
You talking in relation to this image here?
Yeah, where they're showing a little bitty Earth.
Yeah.
It's like they're showing the Earth the same size as the moon would be, but they tell us the Earth is this much bigger than the moon.
That's
then it
right.
should be bigger in the sky.
Mm-hmm. And you
It
know,
shouldn't. You should.
and you so right, man. It's because they so lazy, voodoo child. They know that their distances and scales don't even gotta match. Because the people so programmed, they don't believe space because it's proven. They believed it because it's consensus. Everybody going, the majority rule. Like there's,
Hey, man,
yeah,
I'm speaking from facts because I deliver at NASA down in Michoud down in New Orleans all the time, and I only ever deliver plywood there. And I ask them, y'all renovating? And they'd be like, nah, we building stuff. You know, I try to peek behind the curtains they got and shit, but I don't really get a good look. But I can't tell they ain't building props and bullshit, man. I'm gonna be honest. There's so many artists and people like work there. It's crazy to me. I'm like, man, these cats don't look like no goddamn jet mechanics, rocket mechanics and shit. These cats in shorts, they got paint on them and shit, man. I mean, I don't know, bro. I don't see nothing really fucking impressive going on there. I go in there all the time and deliver shit, and almost every time it's plywood.
That's what's good. See, we gonna need you. Hey, man, let's drop a bomb for Voodoo Child, man. We got one on the inside, y'all. We got one on the inside.
Hey, bro, I got footage delivering underground and everything. Every time I go underground, I'll be like, who built this shit? And the guys that do talk, they'll be like, man, it's always been here. We just moved into the shit. And I'm like, how far does that black ass tunnel go? And he said, a long way. They don't give him no more details. I got footage of it.
You know what's crazy, bro? Remember that movie Journey to the Center of the Earth?
Yeah.
Now watch this shit. I'm finna show you something. If you look up the ancient cosmos, watch this. This dark place that they call in space above us is like everything they say is backwards and it's a lie, right? Because there's this dark area in the pit of the earth, and it's a whole nother realm, y'all. It's called Sheol. Look at this. This thing is so fucking big that this can be a whole nother world hollowed out under the ground. Like you can literally journey to the center of the earth and enter a whole nother inner earth with its own little atmosphere and all that. Like but it's big though. Like this a lot of space, y'all. This is traversing from continent to continent, and it looked like that there are gateways leading from the surface down into here. You see the little claws so. And what I think Area 51 is them expanding the gateway into Sheol. I think that all of these underground military bases is us drilling another tentacle into these 4 main highways so we can access Sheol from all the way around. And I think that we're not really trying to colonize above the earth. I believe that these archons are like on some AI robot shit where they are spawning from underground. I think that a lot of folks think they're hiding aliens under the ground. I think they're hiding non-player characters. These are humans that look just like us. They're indistinguishable from us, but they're not born. They are spawned from the inner earth, and they come up to the surface. You wouldn't know that, hey man, that person don't have a mama. They weren't even born. They didn't even have a birth. I literally think we've learned how to clone on some they clone Tyrone shit. And I think that there are immortals walking among us, people who are cheated death. And I do think that if you think of Tartaria, the deeper we dig underground, the more truth we find of the old world. And we realize that we ain't even walking on the true ground level. When you go research the mud floods and all that. So the deeper we go, we find these old worlds that once existed, they're buried. And I think if we were to travel to Sheol, we will travel like back into this old ass earth, like before the resets start to happen. And what all of this dirt on top of Sheol could be mud flood happening for years. I after the next. When we always talking about the mud flood and a layer that buried the past, right? But what if there were many mud floods that happened over millions of years, and that if we keep digging under the ground, we would just go through layers and layers of history, which they tell us, right? Don't they teach this? They call them historical layers. And they say, well, every generation, the next one just build a new earth on top of them. Well, who buries them? Where did the dirt come from? And they say it's just a natural process, but it's not. It's because these people are disrupted and deleted. Every now and then they have a reset where they reset the earth and they re-engineer the biology of the human, make it more dumber, more controlled. And basically, you know, every time the reset happen, it's harder to grow abundant plant life and to be fruitful, because we destroying the topsoil. We ain't planting our seeds in the original ground level. We planting our seeds in fallout dust, on mud flood fallout dust. We ain't really getting down to the real mycelium. It's like, you see, I don't know if this makes sense to y'all, but you know.
Hold on, because no, it don't. It don't make sense. Like, okay, so when we talk about cloning,
of course it don't make sense to a globalist, but you know what, do though, right? A floating ball whirling through space. Go ahead.
Hold on, because I ain't the average globalist. All right, so when we talking about cloning, so when you talking about cloning, they ain't had no mom and no daddy, and when you talking about they ain't taste the sting of death, like, cause these are universal laws. So how, if that's the case, how are they able to break universal laws? By how? How they do that?
Okay,
that's what I'm trying to figure out. About what
the Egyptians was bent on cheating death and becoming immortals. And when you talk about breaking laws, yeah, you can, man. And there are penalties to pay when you. It ain't like universal laws can't be broken. It's just that when they are, curses happen on in law, and penalties have to be paid. So, for example, hold on. I'm talking. For example, what we're looking at right now is an example of a universal law being broken. And this poor rat is the victim of that law being broken. Just like if a woman get raped, she's the victim of a law being broken. This rat right now is the victim. The universe don't want us to be tampering and doing this and making this thing suffer. We trying to play God. But that's what I'm telling you. Man trying to play God is basically man being the devil. Ain't no red dragon. It's a dude in a lab coat. And guess what? He's sitting there breaking universal laws all day. And because of that, we all suffer. That's just the facts.
Right. Because I'm going somewhere with this. Okay. So you saying that, and you showing me this. So this happened in a laboratory, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so in the laboratory, what we dealing with? We dealing with chemicals. We dealing with machinery and all this stuff to make this stuff happen, right? To break universal laws, right?
You're basically dealing with more so genetics. In this case, this is more so genetically driven. But go ahead, I got what you're saying, though. You're right, though.
Right. Because when we did because when we messing with the genetics, we need certain tools to even perform this.
Agreed. Agreed.
Right. Okay, that's where the robot stuff come in. All right. So that's what I'm saying. When people, so universal laws can be broken due to these things. So
yes.
Right. So when we talking about leaving the firmament, why the hell y'all think that can't happen?
Because that's guess what? Hold on. I'm trying to answer you, bro. You talk too much after you ask a question and you sound silly. The firmament ain't a universal law. The firmament is just a barrier in the universe. Let me say that again, right? Me building a gate around my house is different than me making laws and rules for my house. You understand? Virgo, you feel me, don't you, OG?
Yeah.
Like, because, yeah, you got it.
Here's the thing. Universal law is going to stand regardless of what happened. Here's the problem. It's how you approach it. If, like Brother Sanchez said earlier, if you approach it on a negative, it's going to tear your butt up. But if you approach it on a positive and use it wisely, it's going to help you in life. These universal laws is not against us. They for us. We the top dog on this planet. But they have captured our mind and made us lesser than we are. When we come from a place of spiritual awareness, when we wake up to who we are and remember how good we was living, how powerful we are, then the universal law will line up with us. The plagues and the things that we see every day is man ignorance of self. That's why these things that occurred. That's why they lying. Cause bruh, if the awakening happened and we come to full terms on who we are, then we regain our power, our dignity, our dominion, our sovereignty. You get me? So they got to, and you got to think about the Cabbage Patch babies, the Inca babies. They had to repopulate the earth, bro, at one time, after the mud flood, after the reset. So you got to understand that the law cannot be broken, but you can bend the hell out of it. And that's how they do. That's how they cheat us. That's how they underhandedly do us, because we don't forgot. We got to remember who we are. That's the first game. That's the first thing of this game. So
see, check this out though, Virgo.
Hold up, one thing, y'all. I want to say one thing. Bending the law is breaking the law, right? It is, because if you bend the law, you still going to jail.
Yeah, I mean,
right. I
Right.
Well, let me restate that, because here's what I'm saying. They know the laws and they know how far to go with it, not to go across that line, put it that way, because they know all the universal laws. And if anybody on this panel, all of us, if you say recite all the universal laws that you can think of, we probably get to 5, and that's it. But it's more than that. And so they know these things, and they teach it from generation to generation, and we don't know them. You know, we don't know the law of mind and how
Well,
a lot of people don't. Just put it that way.
I would say there's one law. And when they talk about the law, we used to follow the law versus the laws. That's the law of karma, the law of do unto others as you have them do unto you. For example, if everyone followed that, it'll be heaven on earth. You don't got to know nothing else but that one thing. And guess what? If they knew that one thing, they wouldn't be growing an ear on the back of that rack, because they wouldn't want that done to them. You want to enslave people. Guess what? They would tell us the truth about everything, because they wouldn't want nobody to lie to them about reality and all that. See, that one law, do unto others as you have them do unto you, that's what made Eden. But see, the thing about this whole shit, when the brother was like, well, the firmament is a universal law. The firmament is a barrier that you can't cross.
Let me expound on it.
Hold on. The firmament is a barrier that you can't cross unless you follow the universal laws.
Okay, let me expound on it, because
Right.
when you're talking about a barrier, they're just like the sun and the moon. Like, these are visual laws, just like the law for eyes.
No, bro, your concept of law is not correct, bro. The sun and the moon, The sun and the moon travels in a written law that is
Right.
for
They
them.
follow the
The
laws.
moon
Right.
travels in the
Can I
law of
question our global
28-day
status?
process.
Right.
Then the
That's
sun
right.
travel in a 12-hour process, and the moon come up in its 12-hour process. Those are written laws. That's why you see them come up.
Yep.
When they come
Okay.
up,
That's facts, bro. Because even they
Hey.
following the laws.
they following the
Okay,
law.
so listen what I'm saying, because y'all put me off and not trying to understand what I'm saying.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
All right, so just like I know that when I'm saying you don't need a book for everything, you can like the law of the eyes is to see. Like when you got eyes, because you got visual laws. So you like when you got eyes, like it's law that I see. You have anomalies with people who are blind. You know what I'm saying? But the law, you have visual laws. Just like the law of the sun is to shine. Like you have these laws are they are, what's the word I'm looking for?
Unbreakable.
Yes, they are unbreakable. I want to say something like a statue or like engraved, because like so when we look at
Yeah,
a barrier,
I ain't gonna lie though.
hold on.
We real quick, when you finish with this, man, I made a fire argument about how we taking pictures a million miles away from the moon that's bigger than the one we taking 230,000 miles away, and you always get us off the subject, brother. But go ahead. Now we on karma. Yeah, because we on karma now, and I was like, I was hitting the blunt. I'm like, how the fuck did we even get on this lost stuff? Because I know I was debunking the globe or something.
Feed to the book.
But yeah, salute to
Hey,
it.
can I walk with you a second there, Mr. Global Status? Can we exercise our imagination?
But I appreciate global. No, global. I want you to land your plan. I don't want you to stop, because we was talking about karma, so you might as well finish it, and then we'll segue back. Let's just be fair. We want to hear you out. Go ahead.
Put like this. I'm here with Voodoo say, and I'm gonna go from there.
All right, you talking about the law of the eyes, the law of the sight. Now, what I'd like you to do is walk with me 1 second, brother. Can you picture yourself as an ant on a basketball, looking up in the sky at a tennis ball, which is the moon? When you look at that moon, you see it and it's smaller. When you get and reverse yourself as that ant and get on that tennis ball and look back at that basketball, is it not going to be hella bigger? Why are we not seeing that?
I mean, I can only look from one perspective on each one. So what you mean by bigger?
When you're on a basketball, which is clearly bigger than a tennis ball, and you're looking up in the sky as an ant, you can see that tennis ball, and it's small. It's not holding that much of the sky because it's not as big as the basketball. Now you reverse yourself as the ant and put yourself on that tennis ball. And you look back at that basketball in the sky. Wouldn't you think that motherfucker hold more space in the sky? Won't you think when you look at that basketball from that tennis ball, you're like, God damn, that bitch big.
Yeah, it would. It would take up more space in the sky than the moon.
Why then why are we not seeing that in the pictures, brother?
Because that's part of their psyops, bro.
Okay.
It's part of their psyops.
Well, that's a good point.
So, but my thing be, why don't you think that the round Earth itself is part of they psyop? Because the same, let me explain something to you real quick. A lot of people don't know this. Charleston White don't know it either. Space was literally created when the globe was created. And let me show you why, right? You got to picture this in your mind. Before space and the globe Earth, there was no concept of space. People was teaching that the Earth is an infinite plane like this right here, with a bunch of ethereal worlds separated by their own little domes like this, right? So ain't no space, because this goes out forever. But watch this, right? Once you lie and say ain't no parallel realities next to Earth, it's just us alone by ourselves, you balled all this up. This infinite plane get balled up. And you need to suspend that, because what they're hiding is parallel realities and free energy. And what the parallel realities is a threat to the church, because it's a promise of life after death that we continue on through the ethers. So that threats the church was also in bed with the rulers, because it's all tied to power. Think about this. The church got a monopoly on this thing called God. But what is God? Power. What is power? Electricity. What was the first forms of God? Ether, the Zeus with electricity boat. What I'm telling y'all is before we were worshiping men who personified power, we weren't worshiping nobody. We was just harnessing power from the ether before Thor became a man that we beg for power. And we've redefined power into earthly wealth versus electricity when all of your wealth and consumer goods and money come from electricity, which is what create inflation. We look for profit, they look for debt. The people in power are powerful because they don't get rich by profiting. They get rich by creating debt, not profit. It's backwards. Let me break it down to you. The thing is this, and a lot of folks don't understand this. The people in power don't need money and don't want it. What they need is scarcity. And what do they need scarcity of? What do they want to lie like there's a low shortage of? Energy, clean, free energy. So they say they make up this lie where the earth got a sustainable energy crisis. And guess who got to pay for that? We do, because that's their excuse when they turn around and inflate the money. They say, well, it's costing us a lot of money to generate electricity, and if we want to print money, then it's going to cost us more. You know, I already beat this horse earlier. I'm being redundant. You know, they saying we pay more for energy than what that money is worth. So they really taking the power away from the money, which is taking the power away from the people and giving it to them. They're monopolizing power through an inflation scam based upon energy. This is why money is called currency, by the way. See, the fiat government want you to value the paper dollar, which it's supposed to be a representation of power. And power ain't the money itself. The money is representing power. But when we forgot that the true power is behind the dollar and not the dollar, then guess what? The people let us keep thinking that the power was in the printed dollar while they maintain the energy grid. And guess what's crazy? It's like this. I'll give you another example of how inflation is created. If you go in McDonald's and you paying for French fries and they spilling them all over the floor and they telling you, hey, all of the fries we spent spilling, the customer got to pay for that because that's waste. And it ain't our fault we spilling fries. We trying to serve y'all. So wouldn't that be stupid? Think about this, right? What would happen? They would spill a bunch of fries every day to make you pay for them. I can sell you more fries by spilling them than actually cooking them. Just think of the game. If I got to pay for your mistake. So what does that look like? The government created a system based upon print money. And they promised us they would be able to do it right and make it work for everybody. Then they said, oh, y'all, we got a small problem. It's costing us more money to print the money than what the money worth. So we made a mistake here, and you guys got to pay for this mistake. And we've been paying for that mistake for generations. That's what inflation is we're not going to solve the problem if the people going to keep paying for it. I won't stop spilling fries on the floor if you're going to pay for the fries I'm spilling. I'm actually going to spill more. This is free money. And that's the scam that they're running as far as this fiat system and power and hiding free energy. Because they're saying, listen, we wasting more energy than we're harnessing. The way that we harness energy is like running a hose pipe to fill up water cups, and I'm wasting more water on the ground than what's going in my cup. And for all the water I waste on the ground, that causes inflation because the people got to pay for that waste. That's basically what's going on here, y'all. So that's why the free energy conversation in flat earth is so scary to them. It's so scary to them. I'll fall back and I'll let the panel go.
Yeah, because
All that only works by the vacuum of ignorance, Brother Sanchez. Because the sooner you try to understand what's going on, the sooner that shit don't make no sense.
Yeah, that's fact. Hey, and shout out to Retton. Shout out to Redden for joining. These are facts, man. Shout out to the panel.
And,
Great
and,
argument.
and see, that's
this
the
is
whole
thing. When you talk about free energy, that still exists on the globe Earth. That don't stop. That don't negate the shape of the Earth when you're talking about free energy.
Well,
Like,
let me explain something to you, bro. You know, free energy is founded in the concept of creating the technology that would generate clean free energy. So if you're saying that the globe Earth is a free energy technological device, then it wouldn't be a globe. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not being funny. Let me just show you what I'm saying real quick. It'll only take a second. It's important for you to know this. Watch this. If I'm saying that the Earth is a free energy technological device that generates free energy, I got to show that the Earth is resembling the technology that can do that. And that's what this collage is doing, because a Tesla coil can generate clean free energy. If I say, well, hey, that's what the Earth does, then I got to show what the Earth is to explain the Earth now is some kind of technological device that's capable of creating sustainable clean energy. Yes, I'm making that claim, and I'm showing this collage to show that, yes, the Earth is indeed a giant technological device that's capable of generating the free energy we use every day. So when you say the globe is a technological device that can do the same thing, you got to reduplicate your version like I'm doing in my collage. Now you got to show a rock with a molten core hurling through space with water on it, doing what this Tesla coil doing. And you see what I'm saying?
I can show it in a different way though, because it don't have nothing to do with shape. I can show it in a different way. I can show it with shape and without shape.
It ain't about the shape. It's about what. Think about this, right? You're saying that the Earth is a ball of water attached to a rock. So it ain't just about shape. It's hold up. It ain't about shape. It's about material, man. And the shape is important because, again, you want to make the when you harnessing energy, the Tesla coil is the most optimal, efficient shape to harness most of the energy without wasting. Remember, our whole problem is creating the right technology to not create inflation. We want all of our energy to be harnessed. We don't want waste. And the Tesla coil solved that. If you got some batter that can, because the way that energy is generated on planet Earth, it resembles that of a Tesla coil. And we know how to reduplicate that. But if you know how to make a different kind of Tesla coil with different material that's a different shape, man, you finna get a Nobel Prize tomorrow probably. You finna be famous. You finna actually outdo Tesla. Show us. Yeah, we listening. Go ahead.
This is what I'm saying. I can show you free energy with shape and without shape and material too. Cause for one, the Earth is living. That's why you got infinite energy.
Yep.
It's not. It's not a shape. Like when you talking about Earth, I already told you what Earth is to me and what's in the middle of it. And so that's what's giving it.
Telling me Earth living ain't telling me nothing. We both know that. You still got to explain to me about the Tesla coil, because this can be synced to your spinal column too. So yes, your spinal column, the central nervous system, resembles a Tesla coil. This resembles your. So yeah, this can go into the biology as well. So you ain't telling me nothing.
To me, the shape matters.
Know what I'm saying? So listen, because when we talk about something living, you can name a deer, a buffalo.
But you're not telling. Listen, brother, I think you missing the point though, brother. Listen to me for 1 second, bro. You talk too much and you don't listen enough. That's why you keep getting us off topic. First we was on karma, and you always want to finish, and we end up way off topic, brother. And you don't have no kind of conscience to stop doing it. You just want to finish every time. It's the reason I'm doing what I'm doing to you. You keep getting us off of these shapes of the earth and the distance. And you going into a conversation that I'm thinking that we can just touch on and get back to this Artemis stuff. And you're drawing this out, making up shit about Tesla coils and how this can work on a ball. I don't really want to debate you on how free energy can work on a ball, because the people who gave us the ball telling you that the way they create energy from the ball is digging fossil fuels from under the ground and burning them. If you want to debate them on what they said, don't do it on my channel. Quit coming on here. I'm tired of you coming on my damn show disagreeing with the people who teach us about the globe instead of having legit smoke for me. You need to create a show, brother, where you go on and challenge the people in the power. You're in the wrong place, brother. And I'm going to tell you why. I'm here to debate the people in power, and you're here to do it too. It's just that you're here to modify their model and give it back to them. You're here to do what Charleston White did. You're here to say, y'all are wrong about space, but it is a globe. You ain't debating me, man. You need to go debate them on your own channel. I got my own beef with them and you got yours. And right now you're trying to sell your revised model that they gave you to me. I'm not going to buy it. You see what I'm saying? But I'll debate you on whether Earth is a globe or not based upon Artemis pictures, curvature, and all that. But I don't want to talk to you about karma and Tesla coils. Because guess what? If you're not going to show me a working model like this collage here, where you've reduplicated it to scale and broke it down to a smaller version of what you said a big Earth is, it's just talk. This collage ain't just talk. It's simple research where I'm saying, okay, I made a claim. I can prove it very easy. It don't even take a lot. All I got to do is pull up what I'm saying the Earth is and from an ancestor, because I need a source. In this one, I'm using a couple of them. I'm using the Vedic, which is the Hindu, right? The Mayan. I got the Hebrew here with Saturn. But check it out. There go my shape of the Earth, my big old giant Earth. I'm telling people that what the ancestors is saying the Earth is what Tesla created. Is called a Tesla coil. Now, Earth generates clean, free energy, just like a Tesla coil. So I'm not just talking. I'm showing, and all I'm asking you to do is show, man, not just talk to me. And then want to finish.
I'm trying to do, man. God, bro, I can't finish shit. Listen, man. When you just look, this easy for anybody to visualize if they ever seen the sun before. The sun is brown, and it gives off infinite energy, 24/7, 25/8. That is a perfect prime example. It's free, and that's the reason why we got solar panels, because we soak up that free energy from the sun, which is spherical. Now, I wanted to address Virgo when he said,
no, you're not. That's it, man. I got to move on. No, you ain't going to steer the show you did. I let you do what you did. I got to get back to what I was doing. I'm way off track dealing with you, and you just wasted more of my time telling me how a solar panel work. I want y'all to really pay attention to why this brother is annoying. He just spoke, right? And what did he tell y'all? Solar panels get the sunlight to make energy. He didn't tell you how a Tesla coil worked. He didn't show you how a Tesla coil can be applicable to the globe model. He just said, I'm going to teach him how a solar panel works. Bro, don't you know they got lunar panels too? Look it up. Yeah, they got panels. Hold on, bro. Now you cut me off. Now you cut me off now. And you deserve to be cut off because you never stay on point, and it's always wasting people's time. And I got to do bad about it, people, by limiting your talk. That's right. I'm getting a lot of bad reviews when I have you on, brother, and you don't listen to me. You don't improve, but you want to be on here, man, hogging up the listen time. Let's go to somebody else, bro. You don't contribute nothing that's of sustenance. And I'm not going to cape and lie to you. What you contribute is an entertaining back and forth, but that get exhausting real quick. and it get exhausting quicker and quicker each time you come to the point you're gonna be irrelevant, brother, if you don't just start studying and doing due diligence. That's right. Now let's go to somebody else.
Can I ask a question?
You got it.
You have you heard about the scientists that they said is either missing or dead?
All these UFO alien guys keep coming up missing so they can sell the UFO agenda. I do know that.
No, I thought they said it was people that worked on the Artemis and flight engineering. One of the guys was a flight engineering on the on one of the spacecrafts or whatever you call it, and most of them was like engineers though. I don't really say nothing about no aliens or nothing. They were just talking about like real engineers just coming up missing because I guess they was gonna blow the whistle on the Artemis thing. I guess because you know how in Fly Me to the Moon they said they called the project that they faked was called Artemis 2. So they were just talking about that. But I seen it so much on the news. That's why I kind of thought it was kind of like iffy because it's so much on the news more than other people talking about it. I was just wondering if you heard about it. That's all.
Yeah, I've been hearing about a lot of whistleblowers dying, but you bringing him up, it confusing because I don't know which is which for real. I don't really.
Bro Sanchez.
Mm-hmm.
Bro Sanchez.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, I got a question too, man. About that picture, if you would bring that picture of the Earth, where we inside of it with Sheol showing. Can you bring that picture back up?
Here it is right here.
You know, that's the whole thing that had made me even come on to the show. I was looking at it when y'all was discussing that. Yeah, about the flat Earth situation, you know, being inside of with the whole dome, and you got the lead ways into the Earth, and then when the brother was on here saying he delivered for NASA, you understand me? So I was like, damn, that makes sense because like those little passages that lead down, but even deeper, you have like 7 dark. I don't know if y'all can see them or not. If he can blow it up a little bit, man, you know what I'm saying? It's like 7 other even deeper down in there. You understand? It leads to the what says the deep, what the great deep or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It ain't that one. It was another one that you had up there.
Yeah, it was this one here. Was Sheol?
Okay, listen.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it was
You
another
probably talking
one.
about the Vedic one you brought up because all the ancient cosmology.
Yeah. It was another one that had like 7 darker pillars, even after deeper than Sheol. When you was talking, you was talking about the core. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that one.
It was, and I was like, damn, it makes sense because the brother said he asked one of the guys that work over there, like he seen a dark tunnel, and the guy said, man, he don't know how deep it go, And so I was just like, like, damn, I wonder if Bro Sanchez can like expound more on like
what happened.
You feel me?
What happens is this, man. The deeper down we go, and this is just my theory. The deeper down we go, we reach a barrier that's so damn hard. We don't have nothing above that that's harder than that. So think about this, right? I believe we've went to the depths of the earth, beneath the ocean floor, all that. I believe man has been to Sheol. But what I believe, let's go back, just like you see this image right here, check this out, right? I believe that you see this, let's say where my mouse at, you see this thickness? We can drill all the way the fuck down right here. Let's say where Ataloka start, and then whatever layer right there, it start to get so goddamn hard that nothing above that on the surface harder than that. So it's like, think about this, right? The lower you go, the harder and denser shit get. Physicality get heavier, and the metals weigh more. Things get heavier the lower you go. So what happens is we can only make stuff to dig with that's based upon the elements we got on the periodic table, the rocks we got that's tough and strong. But this final layer of rock at the very bottom of the earth is stronger than any other rock above that. So how do you break it apart to penetrate it within it? It's like something saying you can't go no further than this. But see, here go the crazy part. If we try to escape by going outward, then the winds pick up so strong, the solar winds go around here to where it's like a tornado chopping you up. And so that's trapping us that way. And then if we try to escape by going all the way up in the sky, like they said with space, well, we start to run out of a medium that's we can push through. You know, I'll put it this way, all of our flight technology is based upon manipulating the wind, but the wind changes density levels the higher we go. And the higher we go, we reach a technological barrier more than anything of creating flight technology that can operate at these height levels where the atmosphere start thinning out. Is don't have nothing to push through. And this is where you got to be lighter. It's more so you don't really fly up there, you float up there. So if you want it right up at that level, flight is too heavy. You got to, like they said, be light as a feather, because a feather can ascend, right, and just float on up. Yeah.
Yeah, so that makes sense. Yeah.
So,
like I said, it was another photo that you had up there. That photo of the globe, well, not the globe, but the like a egg. You know what I mean? A flat earth.
You said it right, bro.
Yeah, no. Well, you know, it's both, but
yeah,
at the same
I
time,
feel you, but see, the thing that I wanted to point out too, what globalist was running from was and I ain't gonna beat this horse. You can get back to your spiel. I was just showing people like this is damning, because we at how the far away we get from the earth, it get bigger. Just simple stuff, you know, that people don't think about. It irked me, you know, like this is from a million miles away. And then this one here, right? Look at that. Look at how this is crazy. Look at how small the earth is from just 200,000 miles away versus this is big as hell at a million. He started to argue with me about them blowing the photo up and stuff like that. And I was like, bro, they can't mess up the exact scale it was taken at. That is no longer a scientific photo now. It might as well be a selfie or something, nigga. But I can talk to him forever about, because these globalists will start saying, making up lies for these people, and they think they helping them and they hurting them. Because what happened is, once you say they changing the scale of stuff, then you saying what we've been saying about them manipulating the facts. But I ain't gonna bore y'all with these technical debates. We can, go my bad. Go ahead.
And see, that's what people gotta realize. If they can tell you Santa Claus exists, the Easter Bunny have eggs, and all these things, concept, we went to the moon, and all of this stuff right here, they know that psychologically, if I got your energy and your attention on ignorance, you ain't gonna try to find the truth, and you gonna fight people that try to bring you truth. Because, like the Bible say, those that have ears, let them hear, and those that have their eyes, let them see. So we got to understand that this whole thing is trickery. Bob Marley called them the con men. Here come the con men with the con game. They taking you out of your true self with these fictitious reality things that they showing us. And that's what people got to come to grips with in order to enlighten themselves. And that's why I like your channel, because you tell the truth about what they showing us is not correct. And if you can't see that the scenes they show with them being on the moon, going to the moon, traveling to the moon, that they fake, then you still sleep, because they putting it right there in front of you, and it's like, okay, you can't see that this fake. You can't see the moon, and the earth is
Most
fake.
definitely.
But you know
You know
what?
what I mean?
Most
That's
definitely.
when I said, man, when I became
Most
a
definitely.
flat earther, the more that I grow in this flat earth community, Virgo, guess what I realized, man? Like, this shit is a real they live movie. It ain't even about flat earth. It's about who can see clear or not. Because look, if you can't look at this image right here and tell that that moon is fake as hell, it look fake. Just you can't look at it, and a global, it look real to me. I'm like, yo, we've already arrived at the split now between the zombies and the fucking people with the third eye open. And what's crazy is, like, I didn't think me having my third eye open was this, because this is simple. But you realize in this simple awareness we got, most of the world ain't got it, man. Like 95% damn near, not more than that. When you realize most of the people gonna look at this and say, oh, it look real to me. Why would they fake it? That's real. And it's, bro, this real? Oh, like, that's crazy, because check this out. Look at the size of the earth on here. It's 230,000 miles away. Now look at the size of earth on here and look at what that say. This is 22,000 miles away. So you telling me the earth is this goddamn big from 22,000 miles away? But no, I'm flip. I
And that's
got
the
my
moon right
fucking.
there.
I got my my photos messed up here. I'm having an amnesia glitch moment. Look at this. What I'm saying. What I'm saying is this. You look at this image from the Earth 1 million miles away, and how big it is, and then you look at this one. Right. This one 22,000 miles away. And what I was saying is the one that's 22,000 miles away is the same size as the one that's 1 million miles away. Get what I'm saying?
You
Because,
know,
yeah.
yes, sir. You know, brother, I was looking at the report cards of a couple of youngsters that my lady friend, she raising some young men, you know, and the reading skills, man, is different, you know, and so a lot of us had problems with reading too, man, even in the 90s, you know, and so we don't like to read, man, you know, we don't comprehend well, man, you know, and so that's what we miss out at, man, you know what I mean, man, and so we don't look at this stuff like that, brother, you know,
And
we miss it.
let me
But
give a shout
go ahead,
out to Leonard Robinson real quick, man. Much love to you, Freeborn. I hear you. We don't. Shout out to, we read, we just don't read the right shit. Shout out to you,
right,
Leonard Robinson, because we read the Bible more than anything, boy. But check this
right.
out,
You
you
know
know,
what I'm saying?
yeah,
Yeah,
buddy.
man.
So,
You know, and it's crazy though, brother. But yeah, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
nah, you cooking though, y'all. Yeah.
Yeah, for real.
But
Straight
you
up.
know, here's the thing about reading and all of this. We
And
need it. Oh,
comprehension, you know, reading and
Yeah,
yeah,
there
comprehension,
you
brother.
go. There you go.
yeah. We
Yeah.
need it for this plane of existence. Okay,
Yes,
we
sir.
need it. All right. But here's the thing. I have seen back in the day and right now a lot of people that just got so much intuition that you can't even tell if they need to read because they just moving through life so easily and so blissfully and so abundantly. So that is another form of dumbing us down too, because the subconscious mind is like Brother Sanchez deal with symbolism. So it's gonna find the easiest way, and symbols is the easiest way. But if you put words up there in front of it, it slows the learning process down. So to say this, whatever age the kids is, if you take pictures with words and put them in front of them, they will comprehend it more. See, what we as a people fail to realize, we in a colonized system that they put us all every zodiac sign in one class and throw the teacher in there, and now you got to regurgitate. She's not educating you. Educating you is bringing out the best in you. It's bringing out your artistic skills, your dynamic, what the creator gave you. This system of schooling is not correct, because from my knowledge, back in the day, they put all the Aries in one class, all the Virgos in one class, all the Leos in one class. Why? Because they had close skills of learning capabilities. But when you put the whole 12 signs in one class, guess what? It's going to be some that excel, and it's going to be some that is bored, and then it's going to be some that can't comprehend. And then there we go. So if you teach the child that you around from a subconscious level, you'll see how easy they'll pick it up. They'll pick these signs up. They'll pick these symbols up, because that's where you need to be at, in the subconscious mind. And that's our problem. We send our kids to an educational system that our 7 ounces of brain is so much greater than what they teaching is crazy, And the way we did, and I'm gonna get off here when I say this, when at 7 years old, from a baby to 7 years old, that child is only getting information from people that is around and from school. And if the information is not correct, now the ideas that is in his subconscious is gonna follow him all the way, or her all the way, until they come into knowing they self. And that's the problem.
But
It's the whole problem.
It's definitely about how you teach, though, because a psychologist did something in the classroom where she gave all the students on the left and the right the same words, but she gave the students on the right the hardest words at the beginning, but all the same words at the end. So when they saw the people on the left raising their hand, the people on the right thought they was dumb, but they had an impossible task. So when it was time to do it again for the easier ones, they thought they just gave up. So it's like a psychological thing on how they teaching anyway.
Well, see, that's the whole thing. When anybody that is learning a new skill or learning something, if frustration sets in, it's going to be difficult. But if you understand that, look, I got to keep my calm. It's okay if I don't get it right this time. It's okay. I'm going to pick up a little bit today. Tomorrow I'm going to pick up a little bit. And then it's better. But when you ostracize and you pick that and belittle because you didn't know how to spell cat or hat or rat, then the education, you're going to get tired and you ain't going to want to go to school.
It's going to take the teacher, though.
That's the game.
Take that teacher to teach them that.
So brother made a point, though. He made a valuable point just then when he said the psychological part about it.
He ain't listening to me.
Yeah, one brother Sanchez just pulled up when he read that, when he showed you that earth at what it was,
And then he started
A
explaining it because
million.
200,000.
Sanchez is
What
a
he
good
said, what
teacher.
it was.
Now
Sanchez
what?
is
But
good
You
you
know what
at
I'm
know,
saying?
yeah. But you know, I showed you the one at a million. I'll go back and do it.
Yeah, yeah,
It was
yeah.
at this one at 22,000 miles and one at a million, and they the same size. Yeah, that's crazy. But on top of that,
Yeah, that's
right?
crazy,
That's a
man.
great point, though. See what I'm saying? That you pointed out.
And on top of this too, right? Let me show you this real quick. Hold on. What I just loaded it up.
Like, how can you argue with that, though, brother? Like, you can't argue with that. Like, there's no debate there. And so it's like they showing you the lie right in your face. You know, the trickery is right there. Well, if
Yeah,
you read,
but here's the thing. They putting that picture there, and the
Here
kids
you
and the
go.
people that believe that the
Yeah.
earth is round, they see that picture. What it did went straight to their subconscious.
That's
So
true.
now when
And
somebody
you know,
say, look, go.
and this one to Virgo real quick before I forget why I put this up, right? They believe this is real, but check this out. If America is that big, that means all of the other continents in the world is got to be squashed to one side, with Africa too now, with Australia. They never
that's why
think.
I made Google change. That's
That's
why I
a,
made Google change their answer about the circumference of the Earth, because it don't make no sense for all the other countries to fit at the circumference a certain size in Eurasia 600 miles lesser. That don't make no
and I'll
sense.
fall back. That's all because this image right here is mathematically impossible from a geographic perspective.
Facts.
Because,
Facts.
yeah, you got to put every continent in the
that's a
world on
fact.
that other
Where the
side.
North Pole? Where the North
Shout
Pole
out
right
to
now?
Yeah,
So
shout out
that's where
to
the North Pole.
Awaken. Matter of fact, Canada is the North Pole on this shit.
See what I'm
That's
saying?
crazy, man. Hey, and let me give a shout out to Awakening Minds, man, in the building, man. Salutes to the brother. Sure, man. And I was just I'm on NASA's website. I'm on legit sources. If you look at, let me show you. You know they just released a new picture of Antarctica too. Let me share this with you. Here it is right here.
Bro, I just need to say something before you do something,
They
bro.
basically
Bro, you
telling you
see how
that they
many?
lied.
Serious,
They
man.
basically
Hold up. Let me
telling you
say
that
this
they
to
lied
bro.
to your face, man. They basically
Bro,
telling you that they lying to your face, bro.
NASA
bro,
just released the
I know up
let
from
me say
down
this.
now.
yeah.
Did you see how many different pictures you showed of the earth, and all of them different?
Yeah.
All of them different.
Yeah.
This is horrible right here. This is
This
terrible.
is
ridiculous. I don't know why they can't. Well, I do know why they can't see it, but it just don't make no sense. I'm gonna back off.
Globalists believe any damn thing, man. I swear, bro. Like, this is crazy, man, that they don't see this as fake. And the earth ain't even a sphere in this one. It's more of an egg, because if you follow this curve, it's gonna reach a crazy point at some point. It's like, it's oblate, Sanchez.
Hey, bro, I got two questions
That's
for you.
crazy that your globe, yeah. Hey, Cedro, man, I ain't even see you. Yo, Cedro Star, what's good? Salutes, man, to the brother, man. Hell yeah, bro.
Great doing.
That's
Hell
horrible
yeah,
right
nigga.
there, Sanchez. You serious? NASA really let this post this?
Yeah,
nigga?
Cedro, you got it. Yeah, but we gonna roast this.
All right, got a question right quick, right, too, right? So, you remember when you were saying about how about like the cell split or like the dimension split?
Oh yeah, uh-huh.
So do you think that's why some people, do you think maybe, and maybe this is a reach, maybe really the people that think the earth is the globe is really a globe to them in their world after the split,
Yeah,
and we on the other side of the
that's
split,
true.
so we different?
I totally agree. I think it's so true that what separates flat Earth from globe Earth is literally a shift from instinct to intuition. Because with instinct comes group think. When you in fight or flight survival mode, you don't question shit. You just do what the group doing. Like if a bunch of people start running that way, you may not know what's going on, but you finna run with them, right? So,
Yeah.
and that's what they keep us in group mode, fight or flight, like what I just explained. And it's right, because we're the people that's running with the crowd. Like, wait a minute, why the fuck of all of us running anyway? Because we running into that slaughterhouse up there. People ain't coming out of there, but we keep running in. Well, everybody running that way. Why would they lie to us about what's in that slaughterhouse? So
Yeah, exactly.
They say the same thing every time. Why
And
would they
exactly,
lie?
bro. And I was just telling somebody else earlier. I was like, yeah, stop watching the news, because that's how they controlling you. Because they keep you in fight or flight, and they can control you easily. Like, you got a person scared and just worried about their health and their life, it's easy to control them.
But you know, I don't understand. Every time somebody asks me, do you think the earth really flat? And I'll be like, name me the layers of the atmosphere. It's 5 of them. Every time I ask them about what they believe in, they
can't
don't
do it.
even know it.
Right.
And it's like, damn, y'all don't even know nothing about what's the circumference of the earth. I don't know. What's the tilt? It's 23.5. Like, I know the whole
Fuck that, Brad. How fast is the earth moving?
That shit crazy.
They don't know that
They
shit.
don't know nothing, but they gonna ask me if I think the earth flat. When I'm asking you about what you believe in, you don't know nothing. You can't answer one question.
Oh man, what's the circumference of your round earth?
They don't know nothing, bro.
All I know
crazy.
is they told me that, and why would they lie?
How many time zones it is in the world? They don't know. Hey, I'm talking about just simple questions, but you asking me if I think the earth flat. You really think you really believe that?
Yeah,
crazy, man. That's the
That's
problem.
crazy.
Y'all believing and not knowing nothing.
Now, this photo right here, let me get back to debunking it, because it's the small things I need to point out. First of all, it is very oblique in his image, which they give us a perfect spirit in others. But what make this so damnable is that, man, the equator line should be right here, right? And I'm saying you literally got Antarctica sitting on the equator. Or am I?
You see how you killed them? See how you use your cognitive skills that fast?
See, just
that
saying.
easy. The equator.
Right, because this the North Pole, right?
Where the tropics at?
So, that's...
Where the tropical pockets at? See, you just... Boy, that shit crazy. You just killed them just now. You just said it's by the equator.
Anything.
Hey,
give
but I
them
got my
anything.
second question before I bounce. My second question, right?
Yeah.
Like, I gotta ask you, right? Do you think that in order to believe in like modern day science that you have to go against the Bible? Like I think that modern day science literally go against the Bible. That's what I think. So I don't get how people can say like they Christians and they believe in the Bible and the creation when it science.
They believe too much. That's the problem.
They not Christians. They are part of the synagogue of Satan. In fact, the Bible actually condemns every believer. The church is what they're part. They are church members. We're the true Christians. Think about this, right? They are part of the church, and they go with NASA, which is Rome. They are Romans because they follow the Apostle Paul and not Jesus. Paul went against everything Jesus taught. We're the true Christians following Christ. Christ was a conspiracy theorist. He cried for questioning Christ didn't say, why would the Caesar lie to me? That's what the Christians say today. Christ said the world powers are liars. Fuck them. In fact, they gonna end up killing me because I'm gonna go against them so much. I'm gonna teach it my way. Fuck what the Pharisees and Sadducees teaching, bitch. I'm a god. Fuck Zeus, Mercury, and all them Greek gods y'all looking up to. Christ told you, look, ye are gods, nigga, we gods. Really? Oh, they had to put them to death because, look, it's deeper. Christ would have been saying the earth flat, they lying to you, fuck the powers that be. Christ was basically a conspiracy theorist of his damn time, and where everyone else who going with the powers, they going with the same entity that crucified Christ according to their own Bible, which is silly because they saying, well, I'm a church member. Well, the church is Rome, and that's who literally crucified and put Christ up there on that cross while you a member of the church.
Thanks. Good point, Sanchez. Damn.
If you was a real Christian, you would be getting crucified every day like us real Christians, not having a good way. Because think about it. If you're a Christian, they roll out the red carpet for your ass. Everybody pinch you on the cheek. He's such a good boy. He go to church every Sunday, you know, and he eat his vegetables too. And you know, it's like when your ass in the church, you can be evil as hell, and long as you go to church, they'll say, well, he wouldn't do that. He goes to church every Sunday. You see what I'm saying? And that's how dumbed down people are when they don't realize that the church have been one of the most evilest entities for years, doing some horrific shit, you know. And the crazy thing about all this, people think they Christians. If you literally doing what Christ was doing, you'll be getting crucified every day. But see, they think they walk in a narrow path, but they walk in a broad path. What 95% of the people in the world believe in a globe and do everything they doing. Why would they lie and all that? And so how is that acting like Christ?
Great point, though. Y'all go to church, but the church killed Jesus, and then all y'all walking around with a chain with Jesus on his arm. Why would you mark the man death?
Right.
Y'all think that's representing him?
Walk
That's
around with a
marking the man
chain of a nigga getting shot
That's
in the
like
head, right?
yeah, you walk around with your cousin that got killed. When he got shot in the head, you got a chain with him getting his head blown off. Like, yeah, my cousin got his head blown off. That's disrespect. That's
Right.
what it's called, mockery. What it's called?
Yeah, man. I got the
Blasphemy.
bullet. I got the bullet made out of yellow canaries, and I got half of it going through the skull right here and coming out. That
See, you know what I'm saying?
No,
he got killed with an
Bible
AK, so I went an AK in.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Boy, it feels so good. Boy, it feels so good to hear some of you brothers waking up to the truth.
And they don't want to hear that when you say that, Sanchez. Why y'all go to church and the church killed them? What they say when you say that, Sanchez?
Man, guess what, man? They say nothing. I swear, every time I bring that up to Christians, they say nothing about it. They'll try to make it like, well, my church is just, you know, like it don't belong. They'll say the number one thing they say is my church don't belong to the Vatican. I'm not a member of well, I'm not a Catholic. So what a lot of Christians will say, they'll say the church didn't kill Jesus. It was the Catholic Church that did it, but not all the other churches. It was just the Catholic, you know what I'm saying? But all of them got
my strip club show titties, and they don't show the vagina, they just show the titties, but it's a strip club.
Yeah, they go to blaming the Catholics and shit when they don't realize.
You know, that's what I had to come to grips with. Even though you know, they go to church, they still sleep. And the thing is, I heard my boy say it on your show the other night. The Bible's so simple, but the thing is, you got to be woke to really decode it. You can't. A sleep person can't decode the Bible. It's straight belief, and then they ain't gonna look at the fact when you say ye are gods, and it's in there. In Psalms 82,
heaven is within you.
It's within, and everything past the gospel, the four gospels, they talk about within. God is one, and it's just that's why I moved away from it, because it's like you missing the rebellion that Jesus was throwing at these folks in everything, and you missing the point of love. First of all, like you said, he came not to fulfill the law, but he came to fulfill the law, which is love. And that's what people didn't understand, and they still don't understand. But it's other people around the world, Buddha, Muhammad, Haru, all these people did the same thing, you know, and we can do the same thing. But we got to change the mind by the renewing of the mind. See, we waking up, because our pineal gland in consciousness is expanding, because we willing to step out the box of what they have formed around us.
What you say, Virgo? The pineal gland?
Yeah.
If that eye be single, your body should be filled with light. Matthew 6:22.
There you go.
Hey,
That's
There you
really?
it.
go. And
If that eye be single, your body should be filled with light.
like
Why?
Now,
they
Why they
do
say
not
that?
read their Bibles at all. That was
They
a
be
good one there.
playing, man.
I'm telling you, man.
Now I want
I'm
to share
telling.
some with y'all, right? So y'all know we made the stream about there was no steam, right, on Artemis, right? And I guess that gained momentum because I swear I ain't trying to be egotistical, but I think I was the first one to bring up the steam argument
You was.
with
You was.
Artemis.
Go ahead.
Right,
And
bro.
All their dates is after yours. I know you about to watch. I
and
seen it
yeah,
after you.
and then Dave McKeegan come and he didn't call my name though, cause I sure won't turn down the fade. So he gonna try to rebuttal it, and let's see what he talking about, cause I'm gonna go on ahead debunk him right here. We can do it together if y'all want, but I got me some information I need to share with him.
Hello everybody, hope you're doing well and thanks for joining us for another video. Well, there's yet another Artemis conspiracy that's brewed up, this time surrounding the re-entry to Earth, with numerous posts talking about several aspects like the speed and the temperatures involved. But let's debunk these in chronological order that they occurred during re-entry. So, Artemis was approaching Earth, having been coasting back from the moon, and the entire time they were returning towards Earth, gravity was speeding them up more and more. So by the time they reached Earth, they were travelling almost 24,000 miles an hour. Now, I've seen a couple of people question how could the parachutes slow them down from that speed, and simply, they don't. There was around 13 minutes between them first reaching sort of the start.
Okay, we got parachutes to slow us down, but they don't. They don't. They just decoration. Let's go.
Of Earth's atmosphere and landing in the ocean. And the slowing down process goes through several steps. Now, I say they hit the start of Earth's atmosphere, but really there isn't a specific altitude where the Earth's atmosphere reaches to. Air just becomes gradually less and less dense the higher up you go. There's still odd particles of air way up beyond Earth. There's air particles up and around the altitude of the International Space.
This is going to be funny. Because you want to know why he's saying that there's air particles way above Earth? Because he's saying that Artemis went through these air pockets that's floating around in space to cool it off, y'all. This is horrible.
Space station. But they're so few that the Earth's atmosphere, but really there isn't a specific altitude where the Earth's atmosphere reaches to. Air just becomes gradually less and less dense the higher.
So now ain't no place where the Earth atmosphere stop. It just goes indefinite.
So the layers don't exist now.
Right.
Well,
And that's just pockets of invisible atmosphere sitting up there that we strategically go in and get a good cool off.
And bro, I watch this shit, man. Salutes, bro. But listen, so you gotta remember,
Bro, that shit cartoon in a
they-
motherfucker.
And they look how many thumbs up on this shit. This is a religion, man.
Go ahead.
Oh, my bad.
But real quick though, and salutes to y'all, man, bro, because I watch this shit as well. And if there's no barrier or where you need to release the capsule from the so-called shuttle, like how do you make that technology? Where do you release it at if you don't know where the edge is before you start getting in the atmosphere to where it's so-called slow down the fucking capsule? You just know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Like,
you know what's so crazy? They say it's easy for them to move around in space because there is no drag. So they debunk us by saying, or they try to debunk us by when we try to say, okay, you know, how are the people able to travel these bullet speeds or thousands of miles per hour and not feel anything and all that? Well, it's in space, right? But then they say, well, technically there are air pockets in space that we go through. Now think about this. Imagine going at the speeds they going and bumping into an air pocket. That's like hitting the water on a high diving board. It's gonna feel like concrete.
Right, bro. That should have, it makes no sense. And they would so-called specifically design the machine at the specific time and speed to release the capsule. You see what I'm saying? Like it's a specific point. Let's just say you're falling down trajectory wise, you know, it's a specific point where you're going to release the capsule to catch these so-called air capsules. And you can't have air up here with nitrogen and all that shit. That doesn't even make sense.
It don't make sense.
It's
crazy. Because the same air pockets you bumping into to slow you down before you even reach Earth. When you hit it, think about this, right? Our atmosphere supposed to slow us down, but if they don't enter it at the right angle, it can bounce them back out into space. We've all heard that before, and they show you how that works. So the thing is, they're saying the Artemis is being cooled down long before it get. That they gotta give you some more, cause you know they can't explain how we really get from 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit to a temperature I can touch with my hand in 30 minutes. People, it don't work like that. If you ever burnt anything with a furnace, when something is burning red hot, when you drop it in water, it will boil the water around it, and it will take that shit hours to cool off before it can get to something you can touch. I'm gonna show you in a minute.
Higher up you go. There's still odd particles of air way up beyond Earth. There's air particles up and around the altitude of the International Space Station, but they're so few that the
And how can there be air pockets in space? And my thing is this, right? That wouldn't be air pockets in space. It'll form a glob. It'll be like Jupiter. Any gas that leaves the Earth and do its own thing will turn into a little bubble of gas, its own bubble, right? That's one thing. You got these random pockets. We can't see them because when we see atmospheres on comets and meteors, they're white. It looked like Earth. It looked like fog is what they show us on images. My thing, how you got these invisible air pockets lingering up here in space, and they know exactly where to find them to cool off just right where they don't die.
Right. So they got gravity pockets and air pockets out of space.
This is fucking pockets, man.
Gravity pockets and air pockets. Because remember they said the planets is locked in the
right.
gravitational lock.
Love pockets.
Like, how gravity out of space and they gravity?
Goddamn.
Like, what's going on?
Kangaroos with all these pockets, nigga.
And not even pockets, bro, but the right angle you have to get in the pocket. Like
you gotta have an arrowhead angle.
Hot pockets.
What's
an arrowhead.
And air pockets too.
Asteroids from hitting the Earth.
They got to be good pool shooters.
What you said, my brother said, man.
I said what stops asteroids from hitting the Earth or like comets?
They said then I heard that the atmosphere bounce off, deflect a lot of them because these things get burnt up by our thermosphere, and they said that Earth is constantly being bombarded with asteroids all the time, but most of them never make it to the ground because
they fly straight in and out of them though.
Right.
But they'll say the moon. They say the moon protect us from the asteroids. You know, that's what they'll say. The moon. That's why they have so-called crazy on the moon because
it's a gravitational pull.
A bunch of boo-boo.
Yes, I'm saying, how could it stop a big old rock, but it can't stop like a small ship?
Right, like, man. And listen, these goddamn meteors are coming in from faraway galaxies. So let's think about how much speed they done picked up. They coming in at if y'all coming in at 25,000 miles per hour, some of that shit coming in at 100,000 miles per hour, man.
Bro,
it
you
got
know
to be.
That's how the dinosaurs got killed. Remember?
Yeah.
And see, that's what I think the belts is for. When asteroids try to come in, they be just chewing them up. If they make it through one layer, the next we're gonna get them. This planet is protected, bro. This thing
ain't no rocks out there, man. No rocks out there.
Right. Because think about how this sound, right?
Go ahead.
It make the no, not my bad. You go ahead,
nigga. Nah, you Gucci.
Go ahead.
It just make the creator look stupid that I'ma build this damn perfect shit. Like, think of an organ. Think of how smart the creator is. But I'ma have shit floating around that could potentially obliterate everything I just made. And so I'm gonna have to build something to protect the shit I just made from my own other goofy shit that I got unaccounted for just whirling around. This can only work with the lack of a creator. You got to be an atheist to believe in this shit, bro. You got to be. But the crazy thing is, I don't know how anybody can deny a higher intelligence.
And the Earth moving through space at 66,000 miles an hour. So how it ain't hit nothing yet? If it's moving through, it's moving faster than the asteroids.
And if space is like infinite, right? Where's God? But I know that's kind of like a dumb question for us, but that's a question for like
God
people
don't
that.
exist. I've been asking that, but that's why I said you gotta be an atheist, because on a flat Earth model, God has a location that you directly, a cosmological location that we can see. In this model, they got rid of God because ain't no end to space. And if you're saying that they got people looking up, but if you at the bottom of the globe, you looking at a different up than the person at the top, where the hell is heaven anyway? Where is up? Ain't no
I mean,
up or down on the globe. Yeah.
And then they had that dumb picture talking about that's heaven. They had the picture of the galaxy talking about that's a picture of heaven. Remember they had
That's
that picture on
crazy,
NASA?
man.
Yeah,
Oh,
see,
this is
brother, they
heaven
not
right
gonna
here.
get into they not
Stop
gonna
it.
get into they not gonna get into why the Earth is spinning and flying through space and ain't hitting nothing,
So we gonna
because
get into it.
then
We gonna get
then
into
they
it.
had to get into electromagnetic fields and then the truth will come out for real. You understand me?
No,
Truth
just like
already out.
Crazy.
reborn,
They,
just like when I
they,
asked him on the show, right?
they,
I asked him, like, how does light hit the Earth from the sun without lighting up the? How is space dark?
Exactly.
And
Exactly.
the sun is a big ball of light, and it's lighting up the Earth. Like, what's
Yeah.
happening?
So yeah, yes, sir. I heard you. I heard you loud and clear, brother. And so, but what it'll be, you know, the question that
They
you
said
that you
the sun
posed.
takes 7 minutes or 8 minutes to hit Earth. So we always when we see the sun is 8 minutes behind. We 8 minutes behind every time we see the sun. Y'all don't know that? Y'all
Right.
don't know they say that dumb shit?
Because of
yeah,
how.
bro. But
That shit
listen,
is
I
dumb as
love that,
hell.
bro. Hey, real quick though, y'all. I love how bro pulled up the square and the compass. You know, when you had that up, bro, the square
Yeah.
and the compass, the Masonic square and the compass. Like that's the math they use, the square and the compass, but it doesn't match their spare. It doesn't match speed, distance, or time. That only happens in 360 degrees. So even if you look at the square and the compass, like when you had the picture up, bro, that's really why I call in too, though. But like we know that's one of their biggest symbol, and it just hides the truth. You know what I'm saying? The square and the compass you had up, because
90
where
times 4, 15 times 24. That's 360.
so
Stop
not
playing.
exactly, but exactly, my nigga. So like even with the square, that depicts the shadow, the reflection, the checkerboard around your walk on a plane, and then the compass would draw a circle. You see what I'm saying? It's not drawing a spear. A spear is only done through dimensions.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So like to understand, like they blatantly put this shit in our face, and those who haven't been awakened to the truth yet or done their own investigation. But this symbol is one of the most popular symbol in the world, but it doesn't depict a spear. It depicts a fucking flat plane, a circle of 360
And,
degrees.
and you know what's crazy? The G, they say, well, that G mean God, that G mean Gaia, because when you say geometry, that geo is Gaia. And what's crazy about this symbol, people will say, well, this is a Freemasonic symbol, and if you got this symbol, you an agent. Guess what? The people in power stole all our symbols and made them theirs. I'm gonna show another form of
I
this
thought that
symbol.
mean gnosis, Sanchez.
Nah, nah, nah. Oh,
Let me
you
let me
Yeah, I
yeah,
thought it
let me
meant grand
show another.
architect.
I
nah.
thought a G
Let
was for
me
gnosis.
y'all
Go ahead.
just ain't gonna let
Go
me
ahead,
do my
bro.
thing. Yeah, man.
Peace to the brother
If
awakening mind. Peace, brother. Long
y'all
time no hear from, man. Good
y'all
to hear from
brothers
you, bro.
y'all brothers got to really, yeah, salutes to y'all brothers. But yeah, like I was saying, man, this thing here mean Gaia, and I can show you other forms of this all around the world. Like, believe it or not, this is the Dogon Kanunga you looking at. This compass symbol, right? Believe it or not, all of this is dealing with the same knowledge that this compass and square is embodying right here. It's the same concept of the earth, what the earth is, the measure of the earth and all that. And the way that this thing is spinning around and all that, it creates this hourglass shape, this same hyperboloid that we see here, but it's all the same shit, man. All this.
You damn right, bro. And this shit is measured in 360 degrees. Not no fucking sun out the way giving you 365 days. None of that. It's the there we go right there, bro.
Man, that's crazy.
Yeah. You know, and this is depicted all around the world before they have a concept of a globe. You know what I'm saying? Not only this, my nigga, this is how you graph light. You know, this is how they've made our alphabets from this shit as well. You know, they can't escape this, but they're literally showing that, hey, we are the ruler of your mathematics, of your existence. You know what I'm saying? Like the compass and the square, it means a lot more too, you know, but it just shows their dominance and their control over this shit, bro. Because if you can understand the math behind the compass and the ruler, you understand this whole shit. This is square feet knowledge. That's why they so-called equals MC square. Like, it's the whole shit. You know what I mean? But this depicts Mount Meru in the center expanding out. All mathematics. You could say this is Ma'at as well, too, bro. You know?
It is. All that. Ma'at is the same shit. All that. That's just for people to see. It ain't they stuff, it's ours.
And what a lot of people don't know, if you dealing with 365, you got to have 13 months. And they took out Ophiuchus in the constellations. They took that out and made 12. That's why it's off the way it is. And Ophiuchus represented the moon and the 28 days cycle of the moon. They abstract that. They took it out. And all of this, what I don't come to realize, by not knowing that the earth is flat, by taking out constellations, by lying about our existence and all of these things, it throw you off of your godliness, and people don't realize it. And when I learned that they took out the constellation, a whole constellation is there.
I have to just respectfully disagree. I don't think that they took out one. Me personally, I think there always been 12. If anything, they probably added one. I know what
I
you
did
saying
the research, bro.
I know what you saying about.
I did a video, whole clip on it.
I feel you. I heard about Ophiuchus being a 13th constellation. In my humble opinion, I can be wrong. I don't think that it was meant to be a calendrical, zodiacal, or astrological, astronomical constellation. Yeah.
You're absolutely right. And shout out to Virgo too, though. But Virgo, the sun follow ecliptic, my nigga, and Ophiuchus just so happened to be. It's not even on the ecliptic. You see what I'm saying? So when they bring up the 13, it's really pointing you to the middle with the 12 ecliptic signs, celestial signs going around the point of conception,
which is like Polaris for real.
Exactly. So it's kind of like another. You know, I ain't gonna say psyop, but it's not necessarily true, but it's kind of explaining to you about the core with the 12 going around it, or Jesus and his 12 disciples.
Right.
You see what I'm
that's what I'm trying to say. Jesus made 13. See, that's what I'm trying to say. Now, from my humble opinion, and this is the research I did, the sun sits in there for 18 days in Ophiuchus. Now, if it's wrong, I go back and I re-study. But if you look at our days in the moon cycle, if you just count them 13 moon cycles, it's going to be in 28 days in a little change. And then it don't add up, bro, to the way they telling us. That's what I'm saying. The
True, brother.
numbers
Cause like
don't lie.
when I walk outside, I don't mean to cut you off, but like early in the morning, sometimes I had to be at work at 5 o'clock, brothers, and sometimes, man, I walk outside and I look into the skies and I see the moon on one side, brother, and I see the sun on the other side, brother, and I'm looking like, man, it
I
can't
feel
be
you.
what they telling us, brother. It
But
can't be
the
what they
moon
telling
has
us.
phases. The sun always be the same.
And that would, you know what, in salutes, Redden, but bro, the moon goes through all the celestial signs, just like the sun. You know what I'm saying? So just picturing the moon going through all the celestial signs, yeah, that can be 13. It's just mathematics. You can do 30, you can do 28, it's just mathematics. You know what I'm saying? But this is just what the cycles do above. And every cycle has to have a core in the middle. You see what I'm saying? So it's not necessary. You can depict it any way you want to. Not saying it's right or wrong.
But
It's
see,
just depicting us.
the way he would have to depict it, if we want to take the Jesus example, it will have to make Jesus as a disciple. But the reason Jesus ain't a disciple is because he's what's leading them. It's like the disciples are following him. If you translate that to the zodiac, it's saying that all of the zodiac are following Polaris. They're going around. They're revolving around Polaris. So
Right.
if you look at the Last Supper photo, you will see they split the disciples up in 4 groups of 3s with 6 on each side of Jesus to show that the 12 zodiac are revolving around Polaris, which is in the middle. So he ain't a disciple. It's like the disciples are slices of a pie, but Jesus is the central thing that's like cutting the whole pie from the middle type shit. If that's why he breaking the bread. But if you look at an AE map, right? I'll show you like the reason they don't want to put a 13th floor is symbolic, because in Egyptian, what Jesus represent was called the hidden one. And when you get to the pole, you don't see nothing there. But that's the source of everything. But it's hidden from us because our 20/20 eyes can't see this other reality that's Shambhala or whatever. But it's like when they cut the human brain open, they can't see the mind. This is hidden from us, but it's another reality. So if you look at the middle of the earth, it's what's happening at the middle of the brain. There's a hidden one there seated in the pineal in the center. That's where Jesus at. So that's why Jesus breaking the bread from the center. But let me show you something out yield the flow. If you look at what Jesus represent, is this. Jesus is what's breaking reality, creating time from an epicenter, like this glass break. If I punch it and it create this perfect pattern from the center outward, just like the AE map. See, when we break a glass, we're not making a random shape. We're literally recreating like the magnetic ley lines of the earth and all that from the AE map. And Jesus would represent the one that broke the glass, because when we show up, what we call the earth is just a pattern that's sitting on the waters, which is the waters are like the glass before we break it. And then when you break the glass, it's like putting a ripple effect on the water. You now create this AE map in time and space. That's why Jesus is like the God of time and the earth God like Gab, because they're the ones weaving the web like a nut to the spider to the Jamaican. He's their Jesus, because it's teaching us this same knowledge about this web and how it's made from the center outward. But our year here, right? That's Jesus would be this central point, and then you will have 12 disciples all around here. If you pull up, let me just pull it up and I'll shut up. This is what I'll show you, the zodiac wheel. And what they call an Ophiuchus is this face in the middle, like some people will say, well, that's the sun in the middle of the zodiac. Well, no, because the sun and the moon are on a natal chart, and they are moving through the constellations. When you use a natal chart, you doing flat earth shit with the sun and the moon above a flat plane, which is crazy that globalists do natal charts. And then what's crazy, they would tell you well everything going around the sun, but you will pick up a natal chart and have the sun and moon from the perspective that okay. Somebody was speaking. I don't want to talk over them. Y'all go ahead.
Go ahead, Santa.
But yeah, I'll land here, man. That face y'all see in the middle, that's what a lot of people call the 13th zodiac, or that's Jesus in the middle of all the disciples. And I could show you the actual old version of this with Jesus in the middle and the disciples around him. But y'all got it.
Can y'all hear me? Can I expound on the conversation?
Oh yeah, everybody. And they ain't saying nobody wrong. We just expounding and still sharp and still salutes to y'all.
Yeah, just expounding. To me, Jesus represents the number 13, which is talking about outside of the duality and being the observer, which would be Maya, which observes the physical actions of the person that's doing the deal, because the battle is within. It's within. The kingdom of heaven is within. The battle is within. And the Maya comes in, or the alchemy comes in, turning lead to gold, when you understand your role as the soul, being the observer, watching the character, which is me, Little P, Read All, 666, all the titles, Dr. Lloyd, observing that person in its duality, the things that he doing on earth, you know what I'm saying, just to be a part of a simulation that's merely a dream from the soul anyway. See, if you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
The natural.
We all have a
guys,
human experience. Huh?
Yeah, and after you land your plane, I gotta get ready to shut down. But yeah, you got it. Salute.
Okay, now
we tracking with you. We tracking with you.
I was just feeding in, and then I don't read or nothing. I just be knowing what's going on.
Right.
You know what I mean? I just be knowing what's going on because I got knowledge of self. I learned from some masters. So what I'm just saying though, everybody a master. So only thing I'm saying is the Christ will be the number 13. Anything the beast to be number 13. The beast is the melanin, 666, 6 neutrons, 6 protons, 6 electrons. That's the carbon 12. They're showing you. But the things that we label to be good is bad, and the things that's bad is good. So we got to reverse our logic of thinking only to rise up on a spiritual note or a spiritual plane to understand that you more than the physical body. The physical body ain't nothing but the Jesus, the sacrifice. Little Pee Wee, Weed Dog, 666, the title. That person gonna be dead. That's the sacrifice. Jesus said you gotta carry your own cross. The cross is the physical body. It say flesh and blood will not inherit the kingdom of heaven.
6 + 6 + 6
brother,
18.
Bill,
8 + 1 is 9, brother.
brother, when you say, hey, brother, when you say,
get 9 out that 6, the 3 6.
Y'all gotta be able to let him live and let y'all go on land, and you know I gotta get out of here. But yeah, salute.
Salute.
No, say what?
But
you know when you speak about death, man, you know when you speak about death, brother, you know death. We all know that death don't exist because the whole secret of the. And I understand what you're saying. Salute to you, brother, for your knowledge, and I respect what you're saying.
I think he'll agree with you, though, brother. I think he'll agree that there's life after death.
Yes.
And that it's continue. Just so you even go down there, I think he'll agree with you on that. But I will say this about the number 13. The reason they hate the number 13, if you look it up, the number 13 is a transformational symbolic number. Remember what Jesus represents, transformation. Now, the reason the number 13 is a transformational number is because what happens is it's the first number where we even start saying teen. Because you get 1, 2, 3, 4, you got 12, and then now you become a teenager. Becoming a teenager is what happens at 13. And that is your you transform from a child at it, which is a transitional point, which is why Jesus represent 13, just to give
Man, that was a good one, Sanchez. I never thought about it like that. You don't say teen till you said 13.
Right.
Damn, that's
Yes,
crazy.
sir. I'm gonna be tapping in with you too, bro, Sanchez. For sure that, man. I got your cash up and shit. I'm gonna tap in with you.
And man, I
For sure.
appreciate that, man. We definitely gonna keep this thing going. I just want to thank everybody that joined the panel, man. Everybody made the show what it was, and everybody is right over here. Everybody contributed their intellect, and salutes y'all. Sub up to all these brothers, and yeah, see y'all on the next one, man. Y'all be safe out there. Peace and love.
Peace out, man. Peace out.
For sure, for sure. Much love. Thanks again for all that y'all have done to support the show. Let me make sure I didn't miss any donations before I go, because I was looking away. Yep, there we go. See, Ant Live. Shout out to Ant Live. Ant Live said this capsule is heavy as hell with equipment inside. So how does one cool down before hitting the water and float like a cork? Is impossible. That's right. I'm going to cover that on the next stream. I'll do a stream after this one. It'll be going into the Dave McKeegan video that we didn't finish here. I ain't going to forget about that, y'all. I'm going to go over his, and I'm going to respond to him. We're going to talk about his response as far as the steam on Artemis. Shout out to Woonsocket Truth Seekers. Hey, Woonsocket, I didn't even realize that you gifted a membership. That was love. Appreciate that. Hey, you know what? Before we get out of here, Truth Seeker, before we get out of here, we had such a good turnout tonight, and people showed a lot of support. Let me see something here. I'm gonna give 5 memberships right now. If you still tuning in and made it this far, you're a real one. If you didn't get a membership, don't even trip. Don't even trip. I got another show coming up, and I'm gonna give 5 more on the next show. I'm gonna give 5 more. I don't get to pick who get them. But salutes to everybody who did. Y'all will be members on the next show. Salutes, peace, and much love. See y'all on the next one.